but I made a new one. Ah, wait, you're using the Hack Your Future, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, let me just change that one first now.
I'll just say, hello, hello.
Hi, William.
Hi, Ulla. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good. We're just doing a little bit of setup here and just testing the systems to make sure it's all kind of functional.
Perfect.
And then we'll actually just jump out now, and then we do a bit of a stand-up with the Copenhagen side, and
Okay.
then we'll jump back into this one as well, and then
Sure,
kick it
sure.
off.
Good,
Yeah.
no problem. Yeah. I
Lovely.
don't know if you saw my latest message, but I choose not to make any slides.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect.
The only thing I was thinking of was that, of course, they can reach out to me, but then they can either write me on Slack or get my LinkedIn through you or whatever. So I'll
Perfect.
tell them in the end. Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. That sounds good.
Good.
We're just also waiting for everyone to arrive in. We have a few.
Nice.
This is the room where we're at the moment. So
Nice. Nice place.
yeah. And a couple will also be joining online, so there'll probably be more jumping into this meeting
Okay.
as well as we go. I think maybe 5 or so might be joining online. So let's hope, fingers crossed.
I was actually wondering if we should catch up sometime during the coming week just to align on next Sunday.
Yeah, I think that will be fantastic.
Good.
That will be fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, just come up with some suggestions and we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Okay. Lovely. Yeah, lovely. And then yeah, also just in a brief, we'll go through the agenda now, but as well I'll start with a bit of a talk, a kind of hour long or so, and then after that at about, we're aiming for 1 o'clock, then we'll carry on with the talk from your side.
Okay.
Lovely.
I'll just be silent and listen.
Yeah. I'll just mute my side and also stop the video, and then probably hand over to Menchi, who will take us through the community stand-up.
Okay, sure.
Cool.
Can you stop grabbing for this? Yes, 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 yes. Okay.
Can you guys hear how the sound?
Oh, the big two.
Then you.
Am I on giant screen?
Here or?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think you're. Yes.
Yeah, this is.
All right, so let's just start with the stand-up. Yay! So we have a very exciting day here in Orcus because Team 27 is starting the career training today. And we have a lot of mentors coming in, ready to share their stories and give them some advices on the job hunt. So very exciting. And Team 28 will start having study groups next week. And I really encourage everyone to use them. Because I can say it from my own experience that they are really, really helpful. So that's like the best opportunity to go with a mentor online, right? And like ask all the questions you have and solve all the challenges you're facing. And Team 29 will be starting soon, and I guess you are looking forward to that, right? Yeah, the interview day is gonna be on Wednesday 15th, and yeah, I know it's a very fun day, so yeah, I can imagine that everybody is excited there. And we have some celebrations. Team 26 just celebrated the graduation, so yay! And with a nice picture of them. So yeah, really nice. Do you have anything else you would like to share from Copenhagen?
No, Helena asked me to just, tell you all if you have any questions about study groups, you're welcome to come and ask me. All the information will be shared with you by your team communicator. I guess we can say goodbye to us now, and I can just say a few more words about it, but yeah, please sign up. It is really, really a unique opportunity. The mentors are like super, like any other mentors, superstars. They are always available to help. And it's what, 1 hour, right?
Out of the screen, the message, but we can fix that.
With the mentor online during the week. Yeah, they can help you with solving the assignments or any other questions that you have. Yeah, but I'll let you guys get on with the day there. And today here we have, what is the 3rd or 4th JavaScript one? Yeah. So exciting things happening here as well.
Yeah, nice. Have fun then. Have a good session and see you next Sunday.
We did have a question.
Yeah, see you.
Oh, wait,
Bye.
we have a question here.
Were we able to see the final project from Team 26?
Yeah. Can we see the final project? Like, are we able to see it from Team 26?
Yeah. I can ask. I know that we have a little bit of recording of the demo and a bit of recording of the graduation. And then I need to see if the recording was any good, because we were at a new location. So it wasn't like how we were used to do. But I can look it up and then get back to you, Mitch, and then you can share with them.
Yeah, all right, that sounds great. Thank you.
Cool. See you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, okay.
Alrighty. I hope you all were able to hear a little bit of that. But now we'll just switch over. Sorry, what is that?
Did you join the other Zoom?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So now we're on another Zoom, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have
It's like 9 people.
Yeah. actually quite a few of my guys. Trying over like this. Sorry, just give us a few minutes while we do the technical setup our side. Okay, I think we are ready to kick this off. Everybody online, can you hear us all right? Any form of reactions would
Hi.
be wonderful.
Yes.
Hi.
Fine.
Hello, William. Hi.
There we go. I think we have quite a few people joining online today, so
Yeah.
let's see if we can pull up. No, that didn't work out. Back you come onto the main screen, but I can't see all the. Okay, a lot of people joining online. So that's great. I hope you can see us this side. I think we got a camera on Nilofer and Hadis over there.
Yeah.
Sanas.
Sanas,
Hello.
yeah.
Oh,
Hello, guys.
wait,
Hi, friends.
really. I don't know if there's any tape or something like that. We can maybe tape it up. But... All right.
The first one.
Oh, we also have a guest joining online as well. So we'll be a little bit of an introduction there. But welcome everyone to the career training. Maybe there'll also be some more people filtering in as we go on in the class. But this is the first session, so week 1 of the career training sessions. So welcome very much, and we look forward to this. It's an exciting time. Let's have a look at the agenda that we're going to go through today. So we'll start a little bit with a short introduction, and that will be me, hopefully not talking too much, but trying to go through some of the bit of the general information and what some of the recommendations are from Hack Your Future. Then we'll have a little bit of a short break. Then we also have a guest joining, which is Ula. I'll give her, there she is down there, giving a wave. So big welcome to Ula as well. There'll be a bit more of an introduction to who Ula is as well. Then we'll have, of course, a lunch break. And then we have something which is called a fireside chat. And we'll have some guests which are going to be sharing their stories about how they actually, some have been in Hack Your Future themselves and landed jobs, and some are also mentors. So we'll have that, which will run for an hour. And then, of course, we have Ahmed, which will cap us off with a bit of a deep dive into the interview process itself and how they do job applications over at Uber, and also just a bit of Ahmed's story included. So, yeah, look forward to it. Maybe we kick off with some of the learning goals that we're having. So the intention for today's session is that we gather a bit more of an understanding about the Danish job market. how it works, what makes it tick. Also important is to know where we can look for jobs. What would be the best practices and how do we prepare for the job hunt itself? And ultimately, how can we use the Hack Your Future network and also our recommendations and the staff here in Hack Your Future? How can you use that optimally to assist you? And where we can help and where we can't help, of course. So just a little bit about who's joining. We have, of course, Ahmed. You know Ahmed probably, you've seen him before. Ula, which you just saw online, and she has over 25 years experience in Oracle and Salesforce. So she's actually joining from Copenhagen, and she'll give a bit of that kind of discussion about her experiences and perspectives on finding a job in Denmark. And then pulling in, we have Alina, we have Jan, which is already here, Ricardo, which I think is parking his car at this moment, but is coming back in, and Margrit, which is joining us in a few minutes, and they'll be having the panel discussion a bit later on. Yeah, lovely, right? Lovely. Awesome to have all these cool people on board. So let's see, this thing is going to be a bit annoying. Okay, there we are. But so just to give a bit of an introduction into these next couple of weeks, since you all have now gone through what we call the hard skills training, you've gone through JS, React, databases, you know, Node.js, and you Git as well. How can we forget about that? We're going to enter a bit of a different phase now in these next coming few weeks, where we're going to focus our attention about how can we actually prepare for the job market. How can you best equip yourself for this? So we have 3 weeks. These are the 3 modules, career training. We'll start with that today. I'll give you a bit of an overview of the next sessions as well. And then we've had something a little kind of insertion, but something that we're pretty excited about as well, which is actually a Scrum introduction. We have someone that is working at Jysk that has contacted us and really wanted to do this for the group here. So it's really lovely. I won't go too much into Scrum. I'm sure maybe some of you know about it. Maybe it's new for some of you, but she's going to be doing a Scrum introduction. We're going to have a whole Sunday with her to go into the Scrum framework. And then we obviously start the 5-week period of the final project. And there'll be more information to come about that. And then after graduation, we'll even have a few of what we call master classes, where we touch base on the Scrum framework again, and then we actually see how did that go and how did it work within the final project. But we'll have more of that to come, more details to come. So these next 3 weeks, we focus on these different facets. So we have the job hunt, general information today. Next week, we're going to focus on the CV, LinkedIn, GitHub. And then the final week, we're going to look at the technical mock interviews, which I think is pretty exciting. Yeah, and why I think it's pretty exciting is this is already some of the feedback that Yuso gave, and thanks for all the feedback that you did give with the survey that you answered. If you have a look here, this is some of the answers that we actually got from this. And these are the different things that we're going to be actually focusing on. So today we're going to look at where can you search for jobs, obviously the job market, and also how can we actually build a strong network. I see Gizem giving a look there with a raised eyebrow, but yes, how can we build a strong network within the IT sector, especially here in Aarhus? Then in the second session, we're going to see how can we actually make a CV, how can we make a cover letter, which I see some of you are quite interested, especially the cover letter part. And then also, how can we actually keep an updated LinkedIn profile as well as Git? And then the final week, we're going to focus in on, oops, sorry guys, I'm coming back here now. There we go, back again. We're gonna focus in on the interview parts, and very, very cool to see that a lot of you wanting to practice actually the technical interview part of things. So we're definitely gonna have a focus on that. Great that Ahmed is also here then to talk a little bit more about that today as well. So we'll have a little bit of a kind of pre-screening on that. And then we're gonna pretty much, that's the third session. So please all highly recommend you to be in person for that third session. As well, for the second session, we're going to have a lot of one-on-one feedback. So there'll be a lot of breakout discussions. So I would really recommend you to try and be here in person for those 2 weeks. It's going to be awesome, and you're going to get so much more from it, from actually being here. So highly recommend that. Yeah, and just some terms which we'll use, how we actually call these different 3 weeks. So the job hunt info, that pretty much that stays the same. And then we'll refer to the second session a lot as the job seeker toolkit. And then the third as the technical mock interview session. So that's just a bit of the lingo and the talk, how we refer to these different sessions. So this is a pretty cool slide. How many of you remember this slide from the first session? You remember it? No, one, yeah. Some of the others, oh, that's a long time ago. And
That was a long time
that was a
ago.
long time ago. And you still got it in the memory. Yeah, you remember it, right?
Something unhappiness or something, another slide.
Oh, the dessert. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I can't remember the wording as well for it, but yeah, when you're at that cliff of confusion, right? And this is pretty much where you should be now. So also maybe that needs a little bit of a round of applause that you made it this far. But you know, surprise, surprise, is that there's still that last little peak to climb, which is the final project. And which is going to be, yeah, something that comes after this. But it's going to be where we're able to kind of focus a lot on the team working side of things. So it is going to be a steep learning curve. There's going to be a lot of new tools. There's going to be, we're going to be working with real companies. If I can start to hint at some up and coming information, it is a bit more of a pressure cooker situation. 5 weeks, it's intense. There's things at stake, of course, and it's going to be something where you can actually build your portfolio with. So it's going to be something that you can move on with and also point to. Is that you know, we're going to have live solutions actually out there. So with real clients. So it's going to be a really cool opportunity. It is going to be a hell of a learning curve and a mountain to climb, but it's going to be one hell of a reward once we actually make it to the end. So just a little bit more about the final project. It's oops. It's a very fragile system, this one. Sorry for all the ones online. We have a camera with a mind of its own. So the final project is a simulated working experience. So what we mean by that, it's going to be as close as we can get to a real world working workspace and working scenario without actually being hired into a company in a full-time job or an internship. And it's also a collaborative code project. So you've had a little bit of maybe experience here and there, but this is also going to be the first time where we're actually going to be working in groups of 6 to 8 developers. And we're all going to be needing to kind of align and work together to fulfill a common goal. So that's also going to be one of the points that we're going to need to focus on and work on the communication skills, work on the collaboration skills, a part of this. So it's going to be a good kind of, yeah, pressure cooker for that. And then also, yeah, just a recommendation, of course, is do clear your schedule as much as you can. The more you can put into this period, the more you're going to get out of it. The better you can talk about this project period as well, the more valuable it's going to be for you. So And what I mean by that is, how do you talk about your role in the team? How do you explain how was this project for you? You know, what was your role? What was your contributions? How did you find it? What was your challenges? All these different topics. If you can easily and confidently navigate your way through these different questions, it's going to be a very rewarding experience for you to actually take into your job search. And probably one of the most crucial things that you can actually have with you. Yes. So something from Chris. Have a little look at this. A bit of a video. Oh no, I don't have the sound. Why is the sound not on? Oh, and now everything's going. Oh, I don't know why the sound now changed, but
I am. No, that's it over there. Yeah, that's it. Just to the right of the one you're looking at.
so I hope that made sense with the woggly camera and everything like that. But yeah, a little obviously, you know, Homer Simpson has been through it himself, and you know, he's a great source of knowledge out there. But you know, this is pretty much you know, the mountains that you're climbing at the moment, and the Hack Your Future has been the first part of it, and then there's going to be some other ones to come. Whether they're as daunting as this, though, I don't know. You know, Homer Simpson, of course, likes to exaggerate things to make a point, but it's definitely to emphasize that the journey does not end at the graduation for Hack Your Future, and we're gonna celebrate for sure. We're gonna have a party, and there's gonna be, you know, some pats on the back that we need to give, but after that, there is more to come, and for sure that it's just, you know, in the grander scheme of things, it's your first peak that you've climbed, obviously with your intent that you want to get a full-time job in a good company as a developer. So yeah, just to emphasize that there's more to come. Yeah, and a bit on now what the current market is like out there. So this lovely piece of data is basically showing that the amount of job announcements, positions that are being announced in the market is somewhat lower than what we were looking at in around 2000 and the end of 2021 and 2022. So we're kind of at the market where we were between 2017 to 2019. We're kind of there. So it's not going to be the easiest journey necessarily, but a little word of encouragement, as well as what we've seen in the past few months, is that there's already been a slight increase from this. So we're a bit recovering from this. You know, up until maybe the end of last year, it was pretty much all just going downhill. But now for the start of this year, we're starting to see that there's more advertisements, there's more people. It's a slow recovery, but we're looking like there's more actually interest in putting out job advertisements there. So definitely not something to discourage you at all, but just something to be aware of, that it is going to be a little bit more competitive out there at the moment. And then also, if we look at the actual, it's good. It keeps like a little bit of a break every now and then. Oh, maybe you might have to. Okay.
To tape it?
Yeah, maybe, but okay. But yeah, if we also, this is a bit more encouraging at least. But if we look at the amount of people actually working in IT, you know, we're pretty sure that we're still doing the right thing. You know, there's been a steady increase since 2013, and of course there's a bit of dips along the way. and there's some stagnation. We're in a bit of a stagnation period right now, but we're pretty confident that, you know, it's going to recover. If you look at COVID, you know, that explains that little dip over there where we had actually a bit of regression during COVID, but then after that, you know, of course, it spiked up again and recovered. So we're wanting to emphasize a bit that the market at the moment is a bit slow. And, you know, it's in a bit of this recovery period. What we're hearing already is that it's pointing in the right direction. But that, you know, with the right plan, with the right strategy, and with the different points that we're kind of going to be going through, then it is definitely possible to find a way and find a job in the market. So yeah, just a little bit emphasizing this again, maybe makes it, yeah, a little bit higher of a mountain to climb, but still definitely possible. So yeah, just looking at how different companies hire. A lot of it is through different job portals. We're going to go through some of the job portals a bit later on, the Job Index and similar, you know, the Hub, JobNet, exactly these different portals. Number one for actually people hiring. LinkedIn coming in at a close second, of course, very similar type of, you know, just LinkedIn has its own different kind of portal for doing that. And then companies' own websites, also quite popular. So keep that in mind. It's something that I also need to remind myself when looking for a job, is actually going to different companies' own homepages and finding it there. Sometimes companies won't put it out, although only put it out on some job sites. So definitely if you find a company, if you know about a company, then always go to their homepage and look through that. And then probably the one thing that where we'll actually look at and where we can deep dive into is growing your network. And that's something that is sometimes underrated, especially with these more technical jobs, but is just so important. If you have a contact within a company, or if you know someone within a company, it just gives you that extra edge and advantage to shortcutting this ultimately and making that mountain even less of a one to climb, and maybe you can even skip one. So we're going to focus a lot on that and how we can actually grow that. So where do you look for jobs is often the question. Maybe take a picture of this or screenshot it. But these are some which we recommend you have a look at. Yeah, so I'll just give you a moment there. And we're gonna have a small kind of exercise to do that. But before we do a quick exercise, I just want to highlight that, you know, when you're looking through these different lists of jobs and all the various applications that there are out there, it's just nice that we also think about what is the right place and fit for you. So we're all unique and individual, and I like to kind of compare this to, like, if you're going shopping, right? Maybe what looks good on Nilofer won't look good on Sanaz, and what works for Sanaz won't work for Gizem. So we each have our own unique fit. We all have our own experience, which has come beforehand. So when looking for jobs, you know, we need to have this mindset about, okay, how do we actually fit in this job? Are we passionate about this job? What is your unique kind of selling approach? How do you talk about yourself for this job? You know, are you really aligned for that? So the outfits, you know, the jobs, of course, that you will individually find are going to be different, but the formula around how do you actually go shopping, how do you actually look for a job is largely the same. So that is something where we can actually look at and advise and see the different techniques and dive a bit more into that. So yeah. The most important thing that we want to highlight is just to make sure that you are passionate about the work. And that ultimately it's a workspace where you can really see yourself fitting in. So with that being said, I just want to take then a few minutes, let's say 5 to 8 minutes, for a bit of an exercise. If you can find a job that you're interested in. So it can be an internship or a junior position. I would recommend searching some of the links that were just shared before. And if you actually post it in the team channel, so our team channel, Team 27, and yeah, everyone should have a different one, so we can't have copies. So the first one to post gets to keep it. But the most important thing is that we're going to share a little bit more about this later. So make sure that you have one that you actually can really see yourself in, really see yourself fitting in that. So are there any questions to the exercise? No, all good. Also just online, all good. All good, all good. So I'll start a bit of a timer for 5 to 8 minutes and then check in again once we're there. And also just keep an eye on the team channel and seeing once everybody is posted. All right, just shout if there's any questions as well, everyone online. You guys can. Absolutely. You know, you can always look for them.
Yeah, it was longer. So, yeah, it was way longer. That's not a problem. That's not bad.
That's right. Medicine, unless you need food.
I would do for that benefit price, like it's better, it's better. I think it's also closer to work, so.
How far is it?
Well, we have actually, we have colleagues that a lot of colleagues actually make calls and they come to us. Come to.
Okay, so yeah, it's.
Yeah, that's like, it's a straight, it's a straight shot. Yep. Yeah, I can take the action.
And all of those.
It takes about an hour as well.
Yeah, 1.5 hours. So it's about, yeah, it's roughly fine. Yeah.
It's not, this one is not working?
No, I don't think so. Maybe we can do something like this. And then this. Oh, people are seeing this. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is something.
You have some tape here. It has a sticky side.
Like this.
Yeah, it's this part that is wonky. Yeah.
Yeah, I also put this down. Maybe that works.
Yeah, perfect.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's fine.
To not move the table like with your foot. Yeah.
Lovely.
That's perfect. Can I see the people online?
Yeah, they're there.
Yeah, but there's no more names. If you scroll to the side.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Oh,
It's open on you.
was it open?
Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Because when you.
Thanks.
But I also like, you know, often I work like at least one day from home, but then you kind of like you balance out if you know, you pay for the.
Yeah, I'll just say a last 2 minutes before we carry on again. So final 2 minutes. All right, all right. Is everyone finished? Did everyone find a job? Yeah, you found one? You posted it, right? Yeah. There was a couple of posts in the group. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I'm thinking everybody has found it. If not, just then wrap it up and we'll speak a little bit more about them in a second. Yeah, okay, perfect. So we'll touch back on that now. But before we do that, I'm just going to share a little bit about kind of some typical things about IT jobs in Denmark. So when we refer to a work week, a full-time position is usually 37.5 hours. These are some of the different types of wording that we have for job positions as well. So of course you have full-time, which means that 37.5 hours. You have part-time, which basically refers to anything below a full-time position. So anything below 37.5 hours would be a part-time position. Of course, you have freelance, whereas then you have your own company and you're hired as an external company by someone else. You have internships, which is usually a designated period of time, an agreed upon period of time, which you take during a study or during a course. It can be paid or it cannot be paid. So that is something to remember. And then volunteering work usually means that there's no specific agreement at place. There can sometimes be, but usually not. And of course, done for free, usually. So what we're probably most interested about is this one, which is called internships, which is what some of you, most of you, will probably be looking at as the next step in your career journey. And we have these different types of internships. We have educational internship, active employment measurement, integration internships. And these ones are usually something that I'll just remove this part here. Usually something that needs approval by a different organization. So if you're in an education, you would need an approval from your university to actually take this internship. These 3 internships are something that we don't work with as Hack Your Future. So always when you're in conversations with companies about internships, we will be usually referring to this one, which is called voluntary work, which doesn't need an approval. Some companies will need a bit of convincing to do this. Some companies won't be able to accept this. Maybe even Ahmed, you can, if you know about the Uber policies about that, I don't know how much you know about that. You can also mention it a bit later on. But like them, for example, they generally look at educational.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be actively a student.
You need to be actively a student to actually partake in that. And usually you're like, if you're in an education like that, then you would be receiving SU or some forms of payment along the side. So sometimes that's why a company would say, okay, we're only taking in this form of internship. So when I mean, would need some convincing, if you want to look at a company that maybe has that, or if you want to try and convince Uber, it would have to be in a dialogue, but then saying that, okay, it's all right that I fit into your standards, or I can self-fund myself during these 3 months period or 4 months period, something along these lines. Or then some companies will actually say, oh no, we really want you in this internship. We'll make sure that, we set aside a kind of a payment scheme or something like that, equivalent of like SU, and then actually reimburse you in that way. So yeah, just so you're aware of that, what the word internship means and what some companies will actually gather from that when you're approaching them and saying, oh, can I do an internship here? It's nice to know where you're kind of falling into different students from other organizations and that are important in other kind of institutions, which are also using the word internships. Yes. Yes.
May you please explain integration type again?
Yes. So less than 3 years in Denmark and not receiving any type of welfare benefits. So this is usually for people that are new to Denmark, and they've usually maybe gone through the job center. They're actually shorter internship periods. So like if you go through the job center, for example, they'll usually put you into a 1-month internship track. A lot of companies will actually say, no, that's way too short for us. We can't really do anything in that time period. But yeah, it's mainly public institutions that will then send you on to actually make sure that you have skills or that you're kept up to date with the skills. So that's why it's called integration, to also help you kind of in that part and making sure that you're staying relevant with the different topics, and they'll support you if you're actually accepted into this one of these welfare, usually like Contact Help or something like this, and you've been in that system for maybe 3 or 4 months, then they will try and arrange an internship position for you. But yeah, unfortunately, there are quite short periods, and it's usually once you've been registered and in the either the Contact Help or A-Kasse system for a while, like over 6 months is usually what that refers to. Yeah.
I think this is the one that they give for the refugees in Denmark. Like whenever the refugees start in Denmark, the job center send them to those, and they're always like 12 weeks of practice, and it's very short, as we mentioned. So yeah, it's not Moon's job center that found it, and it's really bad idea to have those practices.
Why you think it's about it?
Because they don't care if you like it or you don't like it. They don't care if it's something that fits with your skills.
Excuse me.
Something.
Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, you want maybe a short recap if you.
Yeah, just I mentioned that this integration internship are the ones that the job center find for the refugees, for example, in Denmark. Yeah, and it's usually for 12 weeks.
Yeah, and not recommended. No.
I do not recommend it, depending on my experience with the one in Aarhus.
Okay.
Maybe in other communes they are better.
Lovely, yeah. Yeah, lovely to know as well. Yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks for saying that, Katie.
Actually, we can't apply because none of us is are refugee.
Okay. If
Yeah.
you're not there.
As well, yeah, yeah. Alrighty, so if we're looking at the voluntary work, which is mainly what we're going to be dealing with, then these are some of the recommendations that we'll give you. We'll also send these slides out after, so you'll have these different points. But it's recommended that you do have an agreement between you and the company of some form, basically stating, okay, what is the objective of your kind of period there. It will usually be a designated period, also outlining that designated period. What would be your function? Also nice to include in this in like, what are your hopes from the internship? What do you, it's not just, something that is now the company stating, how long should you be there working and etc. But important to look at in this period, you're not getting reimbursement in terms of a salary, but you are getting knowledge, you are getting training. So that is the type of reimbursement that you should kind of look at and keep in mind. Can these different companies actually offer you these types of trainings or knowledge that you're interested in? Is there other developers, more senior developers there that have these skills that you can actually learn from? So a nice thing to, maybe you can include that in an agreement from them to say, okay, there's X amount of one-on-one training days, or maybe they're offering that already. A lot of companies would and usually be proactive in this. So there is no institution involved. However, make sure that you have a contract. Undeclared work is illegal. Make sure that there is insurances in case, always a good practice by the company. We should have insurance in case there's any accidents to property or injury or anything along those lines. And then, of course, make sure the company has a good reputation. And that often comes with, checking their online, maybe having a conversation with an employee working there. Always a nice way to kind of understand a little bit more about what the company does. Yes. Yeah, is there a question?
Can you go back to that slide?
Yeah. Maybe, come up here if you.
When it comes to volunteer work, and I can say a little bit because I did work voluntarily for 2 companies before I started the Bestseller. And depending on the company, right, and depending on the terms of your condition, you might not be able to get the insurance that we'll mention. And but you also have to evaluate, because when I did my internship, I actually did remotely, working from home. The company was in Sweden, so the risk of me getting to an injury for that company was zero, right? So it's something that you have to think about. For the two companies, one was in Sweden, the other one was in Copenhagen, so I never actually left the house. So you might not be able, but but I did have a contract for both of them. It was specifically specified that there was, there's no monetary value involved. It was purely knowledge and and learning about the position and the development. Yes, I just want to mention that
Nice,
because
yeah.
they might run into a situation like that and not know what to do.
Yeah, that's lovely. Yeah, thanks for sharing as well. And I think it's just a nice comment there as well. Like a lot of these internship positions that are in this voluntary workspace are generally a bit more, dealt with as a special case, or it's depending on their agreement. So their agreements will also differ a lot, one from the other. So largely they come in discussion and come in kind of negotiations between the intern and the company as well. So. Yeah.
Both of them were startups, so they were kind of like they were not really generating, making money. So you wouldn't expect to make money out of that. But it's the good thing about the experience, that kind of experience, is that for the first, you are working in a real environment, right? With real developers, with owners and founders and all that. You get to know how to work in that environment, tools that are used in that environment. So you're getting, and on top of that also, you're building yourself a reputation that you can actually get referrals, put it on your LinkedIn, and that actually reflects when you're actually going for a real job, they can actually go back and see what you've done and how people refer you to that while you're doing that voluntary work.
And that, I guess, solves the problem, chicken or egg. I need experience to find a job, and I need job to find the experience.
Yeah.
So you need to break it somehow. Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's I saw that as an investment on myself. You invest in yourself so you can use that going forward to move up on your career.
It's very fast.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, and also if there's any other thoughts or anything like that to share, please always step up and then
I think we're talking about this one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think one of the platform, like as William mentioned, you also need to get feedback about the company. Like, are they good? How are they treating their current employees? And usually when I try to switch jobs, I would also look for that. And the platform I use is called Glassdoor. So in Glassdoor, you can search for company, and then you can hear feedback from the employees. It's anonymous. So then people can go and write whether their experience is good and bad, and then you can see it's good or not. But usually I would also take it with a grain of salt, because if you have a good experience, then you're not going to write it. You would only see negative things, right? Most of the time. So you would also need to see how far in the past was it. Like if it's from 2012, then it's too old for me. If it's something recent, then see how many reports is per month. Because if there's one per year, then yeah, maybe it's okay. But if there are 100 people and the company has 200 people working there, then it's a problem. So it's
Nice. Yeah, a good way to look if a company actually has a good reputation or not. Yeah, fantastic. All right, I'll carry on and talk about definitely a hot topic, something that is always shifting and on the question of every developer, probably on the mind of every developer. Is what is the normal salary? At least this is in terms of actually process recommendations for what is an entry-level job and what do they usually pay with. Yeah, a question from Gizem.
Or Denmark?
This is just an average from both. Yeah, including both. So yeah, but it's good to mention that Copenhagen is generally more, maybe but a couple percent more, like around 5% to 3 to 5% more is what we see. It fluctuates, but a little bit more than that, just because cost of living is more in Copenhagen, of course, right? So yeah, this is the average for an entry-level job, at least according to the data. But this is always something that is nice to take in conversation. It always depends for what is the company actually like. It could be lower than this. So this is obviously a nice range to start off from. And then depending on what the company is obviously doing, what the role is, you might want to kind of change your expectations of also salary as well. So something to keep in mind, and always nice to have in a discussion. So you, of course, always have us, you have the mentors, and then something else, which we're also going to share, and probably what will be coming next time is unions, to get that, maybe that third perspective, or that outside kind of objective perspective. We'll always recommend you to get in touch with a union, actually sign up with them. So we're in a union right now. We're in PROSA at the moment. So of course they're number one on the list. But you have IDA and you have Work in Denmark as well as a good source of information. We'll have PROSA actually stop by. I won't go into the depths now of what a union does, but PROSA will stop by next week, right, Menchi? Yeah, next week. So we'll be here next week again, and they'll stop by for 20 minutes or so, and they'll give a bit of an introduction to what they're doing, how you can kind of use them as a source of knowledge for help, as well in this kind of period. And often if you have a contract or if you have questions along these more legal lines, then it's great that you can also reach out to them and they'll be able to help us out. So yeah, a nice resource to have in the back pocket. All right, so that was the information on the, oh, did I miss a slide? Oh yeah. On the different IT jobs. So we're going to do a bit of an exercise now at the moment. We're going to take around 10 minutes for this. We're already running a little bit late, so we're going to probably wrap up after this. We're going to take around 10 minutes. I'm going to put you into some different groups, and then you're going to explain why you chose the different job or internship that you actually posted in the Slack channel. So here it's just important to discuss with each other, share, okay, what actually interests you about this job, maybe start speaking, how would you apply to this job? Why, would you be a good fit for this job? And just your general, what attracted you about this? So we're going to form groups. We obviously have the group here in person. We'll have 4 or 5 there. And then I'll also create some breakout rooms online. So for all the ones online, you'll probably receive a notification to join a breakout room. And just bear with me then while we are actually doing that. Okay, I think you should have your breakout rooms. You should have a notification in Zoom. So please join them and then go have a discussion as well. And I'll call you back when it's time. And yeah, also you start in the class here. So maybe form a group and then you can have a discussion about this.
Sure, you all them hear what they say.
Yeah, sure, that'll be awesome.
Dört kişi konuşmak söyledi. 5 bitti.
That's what we're here for.
You told me your bestseller.
Yes, I'm a bestseller. Yes.
I have a bunch of and I haven't myself since I got this. So
Just want to check in. Katie Marvin, is it all right for you? Did you get a message to join the room?
I mean, let's see, the master of business administration is always helpful from a business perspective. But if you're looking for to work elsewhere, Then you would, you know, you would actually do a good job. The business aspect of the master will probably just want to be something that.
Katie, is it working for you?
I think.
May I ask you, I don't have time.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Are we connected on the?
I don't know, so, and then about the next one, but I don't have it, but I can.
Should I try?
Understand.
You know, unless if you want. See.
Are you from Spain?
That was a corner, isn't it?
No, it's not on the.
Hola.
¿Cómo estás? It's almost, yeah.
There's something you can scan.
Maybe here.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. But it's here and it's.
William, do you know
Yeah.
how we can connect to each other in LinkedIn?
I mean, you can just look
Scan.
at my name, yeah?
Yeah.
For my name, it's
Oh,
I
I'm
was
not.
just trying, because before I used to be able to get like a QR code, but I forgot how to do that. Yes. You can just, are we connected? I'm probably are connected.
And also,
Yeah. You're connected.
Right. I know I have skills
I'll
and
take a look as
also
well.
TypeScript, JavaScript, and it's confident if I will learn something that about that always open to learning.
I have more.
I also like
Maximum four times. I get a chance to interview one for receptionist is one for receptionist is another for the for two receptionists, but I could choose that because it's a big range, like
Sorry, may I ask? Okay, so I can hear you now.
Katie, I can hear you, but I have no idea about other.
I think they are muted, but
Yeah,
are
I can hear you.
also
Yeah. How are you doing, Alicia?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Hi. Oh, hi, William.
So, Kati, what is the question?
Oh yeah, hello. So I thought that maybe there is something wrong from my side and there is a technical problem, but I think they are muted. Okay. Yeah, is that right?
I don't
Or we are muted for them. Maybe they have muted us.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. So you are
Okay,
hearing us.
sorry. Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. The whole time I was talking and then nothing was actually going on here. But okay, I hope you had some great discussions in there. Also online, I just heard some of the things being discussed here in person, but I hope it was
Yes,
some
we
fruitful things going around. Anything that you want to share? A quick kind of, well, maybe some snippets of the conversations that happened there online? Anything that
just-
anyone like to share? Yeah?
Yeah, may I ask about something? So because I always have used Job Index, or maybe the first one, Job Index, and Glassdoor, and also other things. But which one do you others suggest for working this kind of jobs, internship or permanent job or other things?
Yeah. You have a
Yeah, for me, I think considering that, yeah, I've had multiple jobs in Denmark. I think I'll say it depends. That's not a very self-explanatory answer, but if you are aiming for startups or like small to medium companies, then I would go for the hub because it's more, you will be easily find a lot of like jobs for small companies, startups, and so on. But if you are aiming for bigger companies, then you can use the hub, but I would use more LinkedIn. So
yeah.
it depends, yeah.
Yeah. I just also, yeah, definitely back that up with the hub. It's been a very interesting one, especially here in Denmark and Aarhus as well. I think a lot of like smaller companies tend to use the hub.
Yeah.
So a very cool place to actually find jobs. And then as well, yeah, probably LinkedIn as a good general.
Exactly. My
general
previous
search.
job, actually, I found it in the hub. So
Is it?
yeah.
Okay. That's awesome. Nice. I
Yeah.
hope that answers the question there.
Yeah,
Anything
thank you
else
so
that
much.
was discussed online?
Just do it.
Just do it. Nice. You're trying to work at Nike then, I assume. No, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, sorry, another question.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have heard that if somebody worked as an intern for a company more than 3 months, so they are obliged to hire that person. Is that right or not?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. Maybe some companies might have that ruling, but I would not say I've ever heard of that as a general recommendation that people give. I've even heard of internships going up to 6 months, of course. But no, Ahmed, you also have.
Yeah, because yes, I totally agree with William. I think there are multiple factors for the company. Like first thing is like your performance and the internship to decide. So if you are 3 months and then that person is not doing good, then they cannot really hire a person because it will not be a good fit. But assuming that you're good, that also depends on how many open positions do they have and the fit of the team and what they're looking for. And yeah, so there are a lot of factors. So that's therefore I will not always say that they're obliged to hire you.
Yeah.
Because you can also even like be a student and then you also need to continue your study.
Yeah.
And then that also doesn't apply this way.
Actually, usually, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that the point, definitely be aware of that you can't be stuck in an internship forever. So definitely be aware of that. Like I would always recommend probably a maximum of 6 months per internship. There has been some cases, if you ask, I think Mahir, for example, he has done multiple internships. Ricardo as well has also done multiple. He's done 2. So reach out to them if you want to discuss like how they've kind of tackled doing multiple internships.
Well, one of them is going to be on the.
One of them will share a bit more.
in the fireside.
Exactly, yeah. So you'll hear more about that from Ricardo a bit later on as well. But yeah, just keep in mind that it's obviously for a limited period. But there's no obligation from the company side generally. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
thank you so much. Yeah.
And
Cool.
question about the internship, is it a full time, or how much time it should you should spend on that internship? Like how many time on working time?
Yeah, I think that's usually also depending in the agreement what you agree with the company. It could be part-time. Usually though it will be full-time, so they would look for a full-time arrangement, but there is of course more flexibility in these scenarios because ultimately it's about the learning that they can provide to you. So also I would recommend personally that the more time that you can actually have in the internship, the better. But if you have other factors at play, if you have maybe a side job or you have something else from your studies at play, then take that in discussion and see how much time you can actually arrange. I think I've seen internships as well where they may be on 22 hours or also on 30 hours. So it really depends, but I would recommend going for a full-time position if you can, if that's possible.
If it's not paid, it's difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, as well. Then, so that's also a consideration, and maybe in this voluntary work, that will be a part of the negotiation or the conversation that you have with the company, saying, okay, I'm not a part of necessarily an SU track or any type of institutional kind of internship period, but I want to sustain myself working on this side job, and I need to give X amount of hours there. And since I'm doing that, I can then make myself free for an internship of X amount of time, whether that be 22 hours or 30 hours or anywhere in between that. Then that's just a conversation that you would obviously need to have with the company and see if that's possible for them.
It could even be a project based.
It could even, yeah, be project based, and I think sometimes often it could be that where they have a specific project in mind and they're hiring you to actually help out on that project, or it's fully just on your plate to actually deliver that project. So yeah, it also just depends. And then maybe you say, you take this time or you work different hours, or yeah. So something definitely that will come in discussion with the company, but of course, be transparent with that, and ultimately see if you can find an arrangement with the company that can actually work out.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we'll quickly brush through the rest of the slides. We're running a little bit behind time, but I'll see how kind of quickly I can go through them. So yeah, just some things to consider on the job hunt. This is a view of multiple kind of projects and ultimately what you would like to give. I don't know if this reminds you maybe of your Git page, if it looks a bit like that. But ultimately, yeah, projects is, something to keep in mind. The more projects you can show and talk about, really increases your kind of opportunities. And also the more in-depth and the more specific kind of experiences, it shows that you actually did work on this project and you have competencies as a developer. So I would highly recommend that. A common path that we're looking at, actually starting from your position now, doing this intensive boot camp. It's only 9 months, so keep that in mind. That's why we do recommend an internship as a next step, but basically building projects is where you can start with. Then we'll move into actually finding an internship. There could be a part-time job or a startup job that could be linked. And then of course the dream job is what we're all trying to work towards and step up to. So I'll put this on the side. Yes. So a bit more in details, what we're actually go through in order to achieve that. Optimizing your CV, LinkedIn. This is a goal that we'll have and we'll look at next session. Making a plan and start sending actually quality applications. So already from this day on, we'll start obviously developing a plan. You know, your plan should be unique, but there'll be a lot of commonalities between it, and we'll also have some milestones that come up that we can follow. So incremental improvements, also building more projects. So the final project is the hope in this, but that you'll have another project to add, but you've also done JS projects, you've done your meal sharing projects. These are all things that you can use from and talk from in your different interviews and applications. And ultimately, it doesn't stop with the final project. The more that you can actually keep building and keep maintaining, the better, of course. Then, of course, we look at getting the callback from a company. That will be a next milestone that we work towards. Going to the interviews, actually starting the internship, and then lasting 3 months as a developer. And then usually if we say that, okay, and then we lost 3 months as a developer, then why not, you know, what is the reasons why you can't get a paid job in tech? There shouldn't be any. So if you're there, then that's pretty much the last goal of course, actually landing that job. So continuously practice and improve your skills, build projects, and increase your network and attending events. It really boils down to these 3 things. So build your projects and make sure that they're visible to recruiters. You know, who would you hire kind of from this? I don't know if it's a bit of a tricky question, but you know, probably the bottom one. Right? I don't know, maybe there's something special about the middle one, but most likely that the bottom one would look a bit more impressive when you're actually scrolling through their Git. So yeah, something like this. You know, the more stacked with green, the better. And this is a bit of an interesting one. Just on the first glance, like what would you notice here? Maybe Nilofer, what would you notice in the difference between these 2?
I think that the below one is has been working more continually, but in the first one, there are more greener.
Yeah.
And
Working continuously is better than working in one day and not working.
Exactly. That.
For me, it's when I started at internship position. I'm dealing with a lot of new things and I don't have enough time to work on my own projects. So I think it's not fair. As we are doing, studying or something like that, like this bootcamp, it's possible to have a lot of green dots. But when we start working, you can see developers, maybe when they start, they have a lot of green spots. After they hire somewhere, they can't integrate with these things.
Yeah.
That's expected, right? Because like when you join a new project or a new team or a new thing, the tools are new, so you'll need to spend some time to understand the domain knowledge about the team, about the company, the tools, and then let's say you will take 2 or 3 months, or let's say 1 month to learn it. And once you learn it, then you can go back to green again.
Actually, now I need to learn Redux, and I need a repository, and whenever I learn something new, I add them on GitHub, so maybe you can help.
It's a good thing, yeah.
So yeah, it's something that comes to my mind.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly.
You can use it also as a reference for yourself in the future. If you want to do something else, then you can look back to it and see how did you do it in this repository. So that's good. Yeah.
But it takes a lot of time.
Yeah. Nothing comes for free.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, this also is not just happening in one night. And that's kind of what this diagram is kind of showing, that the top one would be kind of maybe the typical job seeker, you know, somebody that's in the job seeking phase. They have more contributions, but you can also see that their contributions are largely on maybe Sunday and also Saturday and on the weekends, versus where the bottom one, even though they have less contributions, their contributions are more split out, and just like, you know, maybe the December period, you know, you can see that you actually went on holiday, and it's a bit more reflective of somebody that is in a professional type of schedule. And then, you know, towards maybe May being your very productive month, it's becoming, you know, much more filled out. So just something to be aware of also, you know, how is your presence? How is your, you know, what would job recruiters be looking for when they're skimming through these things? And if you can try influence that, you know, it's no means to say that don't work on your projects on Sunday or Saturday if that's when you got the time. Better you do the work than not. But definitely maybe if you can, you know, still contribute small things during the week, you know, then build in a time for that, build your kind of calendar around that. So you're having kind of a professional schedule as well. And it's something that recruiters also really look a lot into. Yeah. So also we had a brief discussion in our kind of breakout room here, the differences between the startup and a big company. Often startups will be very interested in taking in internships as well. But you know, often the negotiations will be a bit more one-on-one, and it'll be a bit more dependent. And there's where you can often have more leniencies actually in your discussion. So maybe you can shape things, like Alicia was saying, if you have maybe some different requirements from your side, maybe a startup would be more accepting of that. But then of course there's more things to kind of look for within a startup. So you have to do your homework a little bit more, a little bit better, you know, making sure, do they actually have a reasonable team size that they can take on an internship and actually give the level of training to that intern, and that they're not just looking for maybe cheap hire or an easy way to, you know, fulfill a project. And of course, maybe the big company should be the next step. In the, you know, there's more competition when applying for big companies. The standards will be more set. It's good in a way, it's easier to understand, but then obviously the bar is a little bit higher and it's a little bit harder. There's, Ahmed will probably also mention more about that later on, but you know, there's multiple interview rounds, and there's all types of hoops that you need to jump through, where startup sometimes is just one interview and then you're hired and then off you go. So something to keep in mind. And we'll definitely have more conversations about that. I think, you know, what are the differences here and where should we start? And ultimately also, where would you fit the best in? You know, startups can be more informal, can be more relaxed environments. Not to say that you can't have that in bigger companies. Some bigger companies do, and they're, especially in the recent years, are trying to develop more of that. But yeah, ultimately finding where is your best fit as a person as well, kind of in this, yeah, in this landscape between startups and big companies. Yep. So having a strategy and a plan is obviously crucial in these next phases, which is something we'll dig more into. So yeah, we mentioned this. Obviously highlighting each, you know, what are the activities involved in achieving all of these goals? What do these goals mean for you? You know, so working from this and then maybe devising your descriptions of the goals would be a good way to start. And then collaborating with us, collaborating with a mentor, asking Prosa if there's any other things there, but mainly using the network here and bouncing off of, okay, you know, do you think this is a reasonable plan? Should I, you know, work on these projects, or no, I've already have a great portfolio. You know, I have 3-4 projects I can talk from, you know, in depth and well about. Maybe it's an internship, or maybe you want to skip straight to a job. You know, does your profile look that way, and is it kind of competent for that? So, you know, it's nice if you can kind of have these things thought out and have some thoughts existing, and find what do these different points mean for you, and then definitely pull us in and let's have conversations about that. So yeah, the goal one is, of course, you know, graduate from Hack Your Future. We need to bring it down to the moment. Then getting that call back, actually. So start reaching out, start sending applications, and focus on that next milestone of getting a call back. You know, is your CV working? Is your GitHub working? Is your LinkedIn working? Then getting invited for the interview. Obviously nailing the interview. We'll look at that more in the third session. And then getting the internship, maintaining the internship, and, you know, always you'll still hopefully be a part of this. We'll talk about it a bit more, but this job hub period. So you have us and of course always the mentors as a resource during your internship period, and then of course work towards getting a paid job and ultimately just taking what you've learned in the internship period and then just applying that to now full-time paid positions. So what should you do? Continuously practice and improve your skills, build portfolio projects, increase your network and attend events, communicate with us about your struggles, and ultimately keep us updated. And that's an important one, is definitely keep us in the loop. Also your peers reach out, make sure that you're sharing the, your different kind of progresses and your learnings, because that's ultimately how we all get better. So some factors for getting the job. A bit of a brief diagram, in what actually does it take. So mostly hard skills, but a lot of networking and soft skills, almost as important together. And then a little bit of luck, just for, you have to throw that in. Sometimes the timing is right. And more than that, yeah. Arguable, yeah. Definitely arguable. Yeah.
This is probably like data. That's probably research and stuff like that. But I would say that soft skills actually, at least my experience, it has been more valuable than, hard skills. And the reason being is that when I came into bestseller, I replaced someone that got let go. That the person had 10 years of experience in the field. So obviously the person knew how to work, they knew their stuff, but the person could not work with others. The person could not fit into the team, they cannot work with the team. Had a and you will find very opinionated people in this industry. And to deal with very opinionated people is just let them have their opinion. Don't try to argue that, because you're just going to get into frustration. So the person was let go because didn't have soft skills, couldn't work on a team. So then you can have as much experience as you have technically, but if you can't translate that into actually real work and work with others, then it's almost worthless, because really you can't translate that into what the work needs. But having said that, it's also important that soft skills alone also doesn't do the job, because if you don't know how to do it, then you can be as charming as you can, but you can't really deliver it. Yes, you work on the team, but you can't really deliver the stuff, so it's a combination of both. Networking is really important. Networking is actually what got me here today, as I mentioned to you, because I was completely out of the industry, and then I had to find my way back into the industry in Denmark, and it was through networking that actually made that happen. And then luck, it's sort of like I put luck into the category of timing, because you can have everything in place, but if the time is not right, you're just not gonna find that job, right? Timing on the market is also very important, because when I started a bestseller, it was the right time, because I had finished 2 internships. I still had my full-time job, and I applied because I didn't know when I finished my second. I was kind of like on a crossroads, like, okay, do I go for another internship or do I try to get a job, right? And it was kind of like I graduated from Hackett Future. It was like in 2020, I believe. No, I think maybe it was 2019. I think. Don't quite remember, but the thing was like it was between the pandemic era, right? And then I think it's like at the end of the pandemic, or when it was subsiding, I think it was like that's because I started by selling in 2021. So it was kind of like the time was kind of like right because companies needed IT people because people just the online shopping experience just exploded, right? Nobody could go. So the timing was right. And that's what I wanted to see because just to add a little more, perspective for you when you look data like that. So, how actually, at least in my experience, how translate in real life.
Awesome. Yeah, lovely. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for that bit of a description there and giving a reference to kind of what this data actually means in the real world. Yeah. So just briefly also touched on it there, like the difference between hard skills, soft skills. Important to also incorporate this as well in your job searching. It's becoming more and more relevant. Teams want to see the communicational kind of your ability to be flexible, deal with different challenges, your leadership abilities. Do you have any references that you can kind of point to that? Almost most importantly, maybe your, teamwork and communication going hand in hand. But how can you work in a team? And, I think we spoke with at Impact with Anas after that meeting, and, his words were what he looks for in hiring is ultimately, are they going to be a good team player? Can we work with them in the team? What is going to be that dynamic more so over, do they know TypeScript really well, or, that we can work on, especially in these internship periods. There's more leniency for the hard skills because there's an understanding that, it's part of the internship that you're going to learn these hard skills. But the soft skills is something that most companies, they won't necessarily take much time or give much space to actually investing into that on your behalf. So it's something that, you need to be aware of. And if there are ways where you can improve these different things, then definitely do that. That's something we can also have conversations about and reach out to us and also mentors. But yeah, a very important part of the application process, and especially, where you can definitely reflect it in your CV and your LinkedIn. But when it comes to the interview process, that's obviously going to be a place where you can really let that shine and kind of speak for itself. Yeah. And also very important, I think Anas also mentioned the same thing, is problem solving abilities. Milton as well from Elastic, he also says this is the #1 skill in which he actually looks for when hiring. It's and often what the technical assignments would be of in these interview processes. Okay, like how do you deal with something that is maybe unknown? How do you go about solving bugs, because it's unavoidable, unfortunately. So what is your process here? Can you cope with when you don't know the answer? Not to be afraid or not to be lost when oh, I don't know that, and not being ashamed of saying neither that, oh, I don't know the answer to that is a perfectly fine reply to give. But then focus on after and saying, but I feel confident that we can solve that, or I can solve that. And then, having a principle, having a practice in place in which you can actually do that. So yeah, an important part to keep in mind and also display when you're in these interviews for recruiters. Yeah, some of the beautiful faces that we have here in some of these, also Copenhagen, Milton there, and Benza from Zendesk and Elastic. But just to emphasize, what the value is here in the kind of Hack Your Future network. Like we have, an abundance, hundreds and hundreds of mentors that are in just the Slack channel, just there kind of waiting to be asked a question, waiting for the next opportunity for, somebody to reach out. So there's, this is a tiny portion of it. There's so many faces that you can't fit them on this slide. And these are just some of the names, that you've been exposed to and that you've met. So you already know probably 20 to 30 developers that are actually working in jobs here in Aarhus, most likely, or, you know, Jutland. So if you dig a bit into it, your network is already quite expansive. So this is an exercise. We don't have time for it right now, but we'll send this out as kind of a homework to do. So it'll be great if you could find 3 mentors that you haven't connected with yet, that you haven't spoken to, and introduce yourself. Say hello and ask them, what are they doing that you're currently on your hunt for a job, and explain a little bit about you, give a bit of an introduction about yourself. So it'll be something fun that hopefully will start kind of building the bridges. And yeah, this is, of course, I'm sure some of you maybe see your logo in there, some of the mentors I'm referring to, but some of the companies that you actually have exposure to, that is in the Hack Your Future network. And we'll add this as well. So in your when you're reaching out to different mentors, it can either be on Slack or LinkedIn. I would recommend maybe Slack, but LinkedIn is also just fine, depending on you. But find a hard skill from your job ad that you posted previously, that could actually be something that maybe the mentor could help with or share some insight to. And then find out where they work. So find out their company where they're working. Yeah, but we'll share more about that in a post afterwards. And of course, attend developer meetups. I'm sure I see Gizem smiling at the back there. Definitely reach out to Gizem. She knows probably more about this than me. So ask her some of the different places to go to, and let's also arrange some meetups. This is going to be the time where we need to focus on this a lot. And gathering from some of the feedback, we do need to focus on this a lot. So we need to see, this is from the survey, 11 of people from this class responded, and most have not yet actually gone to a meetup, whether it be Coder Girls or Aarhus JS, or we have maybe Tech Barbecue coming up, different IT days. I think AI, all these different meetups, it really works. I think I'm also looking at Nilofer, like, it really works, right? You just go to one, and then you have an opportunity, you have a connection, you have somebody interested in actually, bringing you on as an internship. So, the proof is in the pudding, kind of, it's there. So let's definitely try get everyone to at least, one event, but ultimately multiple. If you can do 1 a month, 2 a month, then, fantastic. Your odds are just so much higher.
That's how I found Hack Your Future, was on Aarhus JS meetup here at Impact.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, right?
That's how I found it.
Opportunities come, and you meet people, and it's just such an instant kind of gratification and rewards just attending these things. So as long as you can get over the initial kind of hump of like, oh, it's lots of people and all the social conditions, and yeah, it is a little bit awkward, but everybody is thinking that. So
I would recommend to go, like, let's say, pick 1 or 2, and you go to repeated meetups. Because now your face is known. So it's usually the same people that attend, the same organizers, so you get known, your face gets familiar to them, and you get more comfortable in the environment as well. Because the first one I went, it's kind of like, what the hell am I doing here? I could only talk about my past experience that was like 20 years ago. But then, somebody, we use React. And I go, what the hell is React? I had no idea. But, as you go more and more, you get more comfortable, and you get more known.
And you get recognized.
Yeah.
And you get recognized. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Very often actually when I show up to an interview or something, and it turns out the guy that's going to be interviewing me, we had coffee in the last meeting or something, or I don't know, maybe I shared something with him on LinkedIn about the meeting. Maybe I commented on his post or something, and already know each other. So it's always much more comforting going to an interview, like talking to your connection in the company, knowing, okay, I've met this guy on a conference, and we had a very, very nice time there. So
there are people working at level here from Hack Your Future that actually they They went to, I think, Tech Barbecue or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
They
yeah, yeah.
hooked it up with, people at Lego and they went straight to Lego. They got
Yeah.
an invitation.
Yeah, ultimate way as well, just to shortcut all those mountains and basically get you to the end is, you know, who knows what comes from these? It's only opportunities and it can only be good things. So, you know, it's
I think the networking is a much bigger part than at least my country. You know, it's like if you know the right people, if you've proven that you're into this environment, you have a infinitely higher chance of actually getting the job right.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Cool.
May I say something?
Yeah.
So actually, I really wanted to participate in those events, but unfortunately, as I'm not living in Aarhus or maybe Copenhagen, so it would be very hard for those who are not living in those two big cities. And many of them would take place in the afternoon, for example, until 8 and 9 in the afternoon. So it would be very hard for those who are not living there. So
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, you live in Aalborg, right? I'm pretty sure there are also multiple meetups.
I think she
still in
went to
Aalborg.
one in
Yeah.
Aalborg.
Yeah.
Because you are in
Story, to be honest.
Okay,
You can speak louder.
can I ask you to come up?
I went to a meetup in Aalborg once.
sorry, it's really hard to hear you.
Oh yeah, you have to come here.
Sorry, at that time, I only visited like one meetup in Aalborg, and at that time I was literally cleaning other people's houses. And so there was this meetup at 5 p.m. and I was like, well, I can cycle there. I had no idea what the heck it was. And I had to cycle up the hill, and I was like, shit, I'm never going back to this place, really. I'm almost there. And you know what? The next week I got the offer at the company in this complex where I had to cycle to. And I was like, really? Yeah. And
It worked out.
they actually have the meetup. There is Azure meetup, there is co-coders meetups in Aalborg. They all take place in Norway Science Park, which is Aalborg Øst. But there are plenty of buses that go there even in the afternoon. So I can send you the link to the profile on meetup.com.
Yeah,
Lovely,
thank you so much. I would appreciate if you can send some of those names, and so we get familiar with those. Thank you so much.
There might be something in UCN and Aalborg University. Sometimes most of the events are free to visit, so you can just come there, and nobody's gonna kick you out or say anything. You're welcome to come and talk to people.
But most of the time, food is included.
Oh yeah,
Actually,
that's motivation. Yeah.
where I had to cycle to we had sandwiches. Yeah, and it was for free. And free food. Yeah, free food, that's always.
That's what why I go.
Cool. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, we'll share that information.
Meetup website, you can also filter based on your location.
Oh,
Right?
location,
Yeah.
there is it's not like every week there is a meetup, of course, but because I get updates from co-coders and as well. Meetup guilds, and they have meetings, from time to time,
Oh, nice.
but it's not like every day, no.
No, okay,
But once a month, yeah.
lovely. Nice. Yeah, we'll definitely share that.
Thank you.
You know,
Excuse me, William, I cannot hear you. Can others hear you?
No, William, please turn on your mute.
So we do not have I think it's working now.
Can you hear me now again?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And now is it fine still?
Sorry?
Hello? Okay. No, like this. Like this, you can Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, we'll carry on because we're running short on time as well. So I'll quickly run through the last final slides. But yeah, if you're also keep in mind our partner companies. So if you're reaching out to any of these companies, do let us know. And actually, just in general, if you're reaching out to any company, please keep us in the loop. It will be nice to know, and we can always try and help out. So if you're, sending different applications, or if you've heard a response back from someone, let us know. Let Menshi know. Let myself know. Keep us in the loop with where the progresses are. Yeah.
What about Elastic? It's international company, so.
It's a lot online, actually, Elastic. So, yeah.
If I apply for Elastic, so what can I say to you? I applied for Elastic.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, and send us the job application that you applied for, the job opening. And always just also a word of advice as well. If you really find a company that you want to work at, send an unsolicited application, send an email and say, hey, what is going on? I landed a job like that 4 years ago or so, when I was just sending out and they were actually closing one branch and then opening up another. And before they kind of even had the idea that they needed people, and then, you get in at the right time, and then, yeah, the luck also was actually more like 90% luck, and then like, the rest was like 10%. So sometimes it's just the right timing, and maybe it's you even, hit them kind of before, you never know. But yeah, the key thing is, keep sending out, try different approaches. You're gonna hear no's, so expect to hear a couple of no's. Maybe you hear 10 no's and then you get a maybe, then you hear another 20 no's, and then you hear that yes, and then, oh, you just need one yes, and then that's going to change your life, right? So just keep that in mind. But yeah, let us know. And then just, okay, to wrap off, briefly looking at what are we going to do from our side to help you along this journey? Can we find a job for you? Not really. Very seldom that we can actually do that. We can definitely help you and recommend you, and all the other parts, and help you facilitating these kind of processes in the final project. And having the network there is really where we consist. And ultimately, we don't want to find you a job, because you need to find the job that fits you the best. So we can't try on the clothes kind of for you. That's something that you need to do, and ultimately see what works for you. So yeah, we're basically going to enter something that's called the Job Hub. That's what we kind of refer to it as in the Hack Your Future language. So right now you've kind of gone from the core kind of technical hard skills training, and now we're going to look into more the soft skills side of things, but also specifically the job market. And we call this the Job Hub phase, which is the career training module that we're in right now. And it's also the kind of, so there, yeah, Hack Your Future to Job Hub. It's also this process of where we able to give you some support in your kind of steps to becoming and getting a paid job. So this is some of the goals that we have, like date-wise in mind. So if you're having an internship period by, start of September, and then actually looking at having a job by December, or mid-December. So these are going to be some of the goals. We're also going to share more about this later on and talk further into that. And this is, what the different things that we're kind of assisting with and where we can help. So connecting you with a career mentor. We also have Ula on board, and she's actually going to help us kind of, you have the chance to have some one-on-one meetings there with Ula. So, she has a wealth of knowledge and experience. So, and, more like that as well, and setting up these different sessions where you can kind of ping pong back and forth. Making a job seeking plan is something what we mentioned about now, and then also sharing that with others. And then, of course, just open conversations, and then the job seeker toolkit with the different CV templates and knowledge that we'll go through. And then, of course, the interview training, which we'll touch in more in the third session. And then post-graduation, we'll also have some assistance or recommendations that we can give with in terms of master classes, which is maybe different kind of technologies or relevant topics, where we can have maybe 3 Sundays around about 3 Sundays. It could sometimes be one, which is more called a workshop, when we just have a single day where we join and we have somebody lead us through a topic. Or maybe more like the Scrum introduction that we actually do, which, you know, during this course and then after graduation as well. That will be a bit more of a masterclass where you'll actually have a longer period of time to go deeper into a various topic. Yeah, Katie's excited. How will that work? So yeah, we'll have access to the alumni channel, some milestones and tasks along the way. We'll have 3 milestone meetings, which we'll set up post-graduation, where we can kind of all check in with each other. It will generally be physical. Also just nice to then touch base kind of after graduation and seeing how everybody is actually doing and where is the different progress and who's where and yeah, see how everything is. And then of course keep us posted and let us know feedback that you get in your different job hunts. Yeah, I have to brush over that for time reasons. Right on to, I mean, she's looking at me like I'm very late, but I think we'll be all right. We'll take maybe a short break for lunch. Yeah, so we'll take like maybe 5 to 10 minutes just to organize the lunch and everything, and then let's say at 1:10, Ula, if we can kick off with your chat.
You mean
2.
2, I assume.
2. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, is that enough, or do you want to have lunch now, or what do you want?
We'll just organize it a bit here. Then I think we only have 4 actually in the class, and then some mentors. So we'll I think just distribute and then maybe start the chat off with lunch as well, and then they'll wrap up during the chat, if that's all right with you.
Sure, I can be ready from 2:10. No worries. Absolutely.
Cool.
To you.
Fantastic. Okay, then we'll take a short break and then touch base again at 2:10. Cool. Yeah.
Thank you, William. So we will back also 2:10.
Yes.
Yeah.
بابا اینا چرا همه رفتن؟
Oh, all right. So, Ulla, I just want I'll stop sharing my screen for a second.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna put you on the
Nice.
main screen there. Just a second. I'm just gonna pin your screen. There you go. You're on the big screen for us.
Okay, so you can all see me
Yeah.
and hear me, I hope.
Yeah, the volume is very good.
Good.
Right?
Very good.
Isn't, can you hear it? It's fine? It's fine. Okay, fantastic. And then, yeah, if you have any questions as well, I kind of have a microphone in my hand so I can jump around if you're asking any questions or anything like that. But otherwise, yeah, I'll give it over to you for kind of the next plus minus 30 minutes or so.
Okay,
And
thanks.
yeah, everyone give a warm welcome to Ulla. So off you go. Thanks, Ulla.
And a very big thank you for having me here. I really like it, and I'm very happy to be part of this. I'm looking very much forward to get to know you, everyone, all of you. Hopefully we also will have some possibilities, as William mentioned, to have some one-on-ones if you like. I'm not sharing any slides today. I just wanted to make a bit informal, and from what William have been entertaining you with for the past 2 hours, I think there was a lot of information there, and I made some small notes. I have some few comments on some of it, but back to who am I? So my name is Ulla Bresling. I've been working with the IT world for almost 30 years, 26 years with Oracle and 2.5 years with Salesforce. Not at all as a developer. So I don't know anything about development, not much, only from more than 30 years back. And I did some, was it Fortran course or something like that? So I'm absolutely not a developer. So I'm more from the business side. So I started my IT career with implementing what you would call accounting, business applications from Oracle. And then later on, I moved into sales. So my experience is more from the sales side, but definitely deep dive into the IT world. As an example, Oracle sells both hardware, software, middleware, the tech part, the business part, everything more to say. But it's a huge company. So yes, true, my experience from the IT world are from bigger companies, but that doesn't mean I don't know about what it means to be with a smaller company or a medium-sized company. Another thing I wanted to add was that my background was actually not within the IT world. I started my career as an accountant or chief accountant officer, and then later on as CFO in different type of companies. Actually, I spent a couple of years in the fashion industry, but it was back in those days that there was not that much IT. So I actually got the opportunity from an accounting perspective to give some influence, especially in the fashion industry. We were using a small IT company software, and they asked for input how to further develop their applications and so on. That's how I started having an interest within IT. What can IT actually do for us? So just to say that you don't necessarily have to exactly use your background to what you're doing later on or what you would like to do later on. And that relates me also to, I've had a lot of hiring. I've hired a lot of people over those almost 30 years. And my main point has always been looking into the soft skill side and the personality. So of course it's true, the hard skills has a big saying, because that's the basics, that's the ground from where you start digging into some sort of a start of a career. But your personality means a lot as well, at least in my mind. But yeah, of course, that's different from hiring manager to hiring manager and from company to company. And that's where I actually would like to make just a short comment on the discussion between soft skills versus hard skills. Yes, hard skills, that's something you can learn. You are already far on your learning path with Hack Your Future. Probably you also have something from before you joined Hack Your Future. So all those hard skills, yes, they're good. That's something you can learn more from. Keep on developing yourself within the hard skills area. And yes, you can also develop and add and learn soft skills, but you should never change your personality. Your personality is unique. Everyone's personality is unique. What you can do is to sit down and think more about what is actually my personality. What am I passionate about? What is making my personality? How am I? And try to, when you get to learn your own personality better, take advantage of it. Because everyone is good at something also on the personality side and the soft skill side. It's just a matter of utilizing it or taking advantage of it. Another thing I wanted to make a comment on was these data that William shared with you. How is the market looking right now in the IT world in terms of jobs and how many are employed within that industry? And it's true, it has had a little bit of a downside. I don't think necessarily it was down during COVID, but as an outcome of COVID, it had a bit of a downsizing. But now I also see that it's on its way up again. And I also think you have one small, it sounds weird and it's not meant that way, but you also have a small advantage, which you can try to take advantage of, which is that a lot of companies, and also including the IT companies, are very much more looking into inclusion and diversity. And remember, with your background, you bring a different piece to the table that not many Danish people have. You should bring that into the table as well. So when you apply for a job, maybe it's not obvious on your CV, but then make sure that you bring it to the table when you get to an interview. When I was hiring, I've been fortunate enough that I was not the one who was picking the people who applied or teased people to apply. I was giving a bunch of applicants, and from there I could choose who do I want to continue with, who do I want to have for an interview, and so on. But I know the recruiters that have been supporting me in the past, they got, of course, input from me. And for me, again, I emphasize that I'm looking for this, and that, plus the personality, the eagerness, the motivation, the passion. So make sure that, yeah, you can apply for a lot of jobs, but don't necessarily apply for a job in a company that you actually don't really want to go to, because it's never going to be a success. But that being said, once I got a bunch of applicants, then I looked into what had they been doing, how did they show interest in things, are they proactive, are they introvert, are they extrovert? And bear in mind, everything I looked at, there was nothing right and nothing wrong. It's just a matter of how you utilize your own way of being and your own personality. And plus, if you get some negative jumps on your way, you learn from that as well. Remember, you always learn more from your failures than from your successes. Do remember that. So your mindset is very important. So for me, the mindset is sometimes obvious if I look into their CVs and things like that, then I have an idea of what type of person is that. For instance, I also look into if you add something about what are you doing in your spare time? What are your interests? And again, nothing is right and wrong, but it tells me a little bit about the person. I get some sort of an idea of who is the person that I might get in front of. And again, that was also something I actually prioritized very highly when I had the first interview with the applicants. For different jobs and for different companies, the process was quite different, but still something in common. I always try to end up in having a panel interview. So we were more than just one person judging the applicant. And very often we gave the applicants some sort of an exercise, some sort of a fictive company where they were supposed to solve a problem, either programming or showing it as if I was a customer or something like that. Again, I would never judge how well they did the exercise, but how they approached it. So for me, I think you should think more about, how do I approach a problem or a challenge? Do I jump into result mode right away, or do I try to make a lot of searching? Do I like working only by myself, or do I better like working with many people or a small group, or what do I like? Again, remember, nothing is right, nothing is wrong, but be aware of how you are, how you're working. One of the soft skills that were mentioned from William was also the terms of team spirit, team collaboration. True, you need to be able to work together and collaborate with others, but you don't necessarily have to be the biggest communicator in a group. You could also be part of a group that together is delivering a project, but during or in the process, you might be working, all of you, by yourself. And in other cases, everyone is working in the same room, working together, communicating together. That's different. And what you like best and where you work best, try to identify that and then look for that when you look for jobs. But then again, some of your personality and some of the things that types into how you like to work, that might not be obvious for you until you've tried it. So try along your way. And if you fail, or if you feel that you're failing, it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone else thinks that you're failing, and you learn from those failures. So remember that piece. In terms of where I would look when I'm hiring, or when I've been hiring, or even though I've been supported by recruiters, I must admit that the biggest forum that I'm looking into, that's LinkedIn, even if it was for internship, because most of the companies also post their open internships on LinkedIn. But it doesn't mean you should only go for LinkedIn. That's just my preference. There might be many other places that are much better for you guys. It's just that I'm sharing where I've been looking and where I would look if it was me. If you cannot join, for instance, some of the, what was it called? The meetups, then try also to look into some sort of online meetups. That could be an option as well. If you're living far away from a physical face-to-face meetup, then hopefully you will get a chance, or you could suggest, can I meet up online? I would also look into free conferences like Computer World. They very often offer free conferences seat. That's a good way also to learn some new skills, but also to get to know other people and a good network as well. Other companies actually also offer a lot of free conferences. The way I keep myself updated that way, but I do that through LinkedIn. Becoming a member of some of the groups or some specific people that I follow, then I hear about free conferences and then I join them, either whether it's online or it's in person, it doesn't matter. But that's some of the ways that I join some of those things and try to open up more for my networking. Networking is also not only about getting to know someone who can give you a job or recommend you a job. It's also about experience exchange. How do you do? Or so a cup of coffee meeting are very good, no matter whether it's a person who can give you a job, but maybe they can recommend you some good ideas on how to find a job. So be very open for networking in general, I would say. One more thing I wanted to add is that in terms of knowing people maybe people who've been part of Hack Your Future educations and so on, do remember that actually a lot of companies within the IT world, they use the term referrals. So actually it's an advantage if they can refer someone. That being said, that you should not necessarily refer anyone or just someone, but if they really feel confident with you, then of course they would refer you, and they get sometimes paid for it. So that's another good reason for hooking up with someone who's in that world that you would like to be part of as well. What else? Yeah, look into LinkedIn. I also think that I was part of one of the breakup sessions where someone was actually sharing a lot about what they call the hub.io. And I think that's a very good media to do it as well, although it focuses on startups. But as been mentioned several times, startups are very good places to get internship. And again, any internship or as many internships as you can get, that adds to your CV, which again adds to your experience somehow. And it adds to your own knowledge. So you get to know more about yourself. How am I acting or reacting in this and that type of job situation? So you might also have lack of experience of yourself. So make sure you spend time on that as well once you're part of this process. I think that's very important. You need to have yourself in it as well. And you can have one opinion, and you can of course change your opinion about yourself the next day or the next minute. That doesn't matter. What matters is to be more and more conscious about who are you? Who am I? What do I like? Because what you like is mostly where you can contribute mostly. That's a little bit about what I've been doing and how I hired and my experience from my background. I'm very happy to share with you even more. And if you like to hook up with me, then of course you can get my my Gmail, my private email from William. But feel free to hook up with me on LinkedIn or Slack. I'm also part of Hack Your Future Slack. So feel free to reach out to me for any questions. But right now I want to stop and ask if any of you have any questions so far. All quiet?
Yeah. Yeah, we have a question.
Sure.
Can you hear it? Just
Yeah, I can. Mhm.
Okay.
I'm not a student. I'm a graduate of Hack Your Future. I don't think it's maybe
That's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
And I work with a seller. And when you see resumes and CVs and cover letters, how would you measure how much weight is on the cover letter and how much weight is on the CV? Because the CV describes the hard skills, but the cover letter, at least my experience, is it describes the soft skills. So how much do you weight when you evaluate? Because each, companies, they have different views on these things. Some companies, they put a lot of effort on the hard skills and some on the soft skills. So what is your take on it?
It's a very good question. Personally, for my sake, I actually put my weight on the CV rather than on the cover letter. But that's also due to the fact that I would expect mentioning of spare time, things, soft skills, and so on included in the CV. If that's not included, then I would probably look a little bit more into the cover letter, but I would always prioritize the CV. And to add to that, that's my personal opinion. Therefore, I also prioritize LinkedIn. Because on LinkedIn, you can also add, what am I of a person? What is my soft skills? What do I bring to the table? What do I like to do? What is my ambition? What am I passionate about? That's what I would include on LinkedIn. So if I don't find those things, neither in the CV nor on the cover letter, then I would look into the applicant's LinkedIn profile. So for me, the LinkedIn profile is as important as the CV. And I like personally if the soft skills and things talking about your personality is included either on LinkedIn and or in the CV. Did that answer your question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That being said, if yeah, sure, I'll go back to you. That being said, if the person is adding a cover letter as well, which I assume you will, then what I would look for in that cover letter is more the creativity in that cover letter, rather than necessarily the wordings and what does it say, unless it's not said in the CV and the LinkedIn. And then I know the person besides you were trying to ask something as well. Yeah, go ahead.
You said that you would like to see these things on LinkedIn, right? But how?
Yeah.
Is it in posts or in the description, or how would you like to see these things?
First of all, in the description. I mean, I'm not saying that my profile is accurate and the best and blah, 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 blah. But if you want to have an example, go and have a look at my profile on LinkedIn. There you see, I'll make a description on what am I passionate about. So not only what have I been doing, but also what do I like to do, which tells a little bit about what will I be good in contributing at. So yes, you can actually add something about your personality and your soft skills there. But what I also have been doing is when I'm adding something about my experience, then I've divided into what was the goal of my job? How did I manage to do it according to myself? What was my results according to myself? That also tells a little bit about the soft skills. What did I add to that job to get it done? But there's many different ways. There's no right and wrong. I'm not necessarily the one who's doing it only right. It's just it can maybe not, but it might be inspiring to go in and have a look at my LinkedIn. Feel free to go in and have a look. Absolutely. That's that's how I like it. But many others, hiring managers, might do it differently. So I don't only look into what I'm doing. It's just an example. Let me put it that way.
Thank you.
I can see online also that Katayun, hope I pronounce it correctly.
Yeah,
has a
yes.
question.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. So I've just send you a request to your LinkedIn profile.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. But I have a question. You mentioned to be creative, but how can we show that in our LinkedIn profile or in our CV? For example, could you please come with an example for that?
I'm not the most creative person myself, to be honest, but I'm trying to think creative. That's how I mean about it. Is it just a note on saying I've been doing this, that, or am I adding a different angle into it? That's what I mean about creativity. When you get a task or a challenge, you can approach that task or challenge from different angles. That's what I mean about being creative, not necessarily thinking exactly, is this yes or no? It could also be something in between. Thinking differently, having a different approach, because your background, from what I see and hear, and with the education you get from Hack Your Future, I'm quite convinced that you're also taught to think differently. So use your initial thinking when you do something, or when you write a CV, or when you make your LinkedIn profile, or when you make your cover letter. And for instance, yes, it looks nice if you get a nice picture and you set it up very nicely, but that's something you can actually Google and find. And in my mind, that means also, okay, the person is actually trying to Google and find a creative way of showing their CV or showing the cover letter. So don't necessarily follow one recipe. Think out of the box sometimes. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you so much, because I have always come with with the result in my CV. So the tasks and also the result part that I have done this or this, and I have contributed to that. So I just wanted to see that if you mean that, or I should, for example, change that or write it in another ways to show more creativity, or yeah.
No. That's one way of being creative in my mind. So yes, I totally agree with you, definitely. But just make sure that you somehow, either directly or indirectly, add something about your own personality.
Yes.
No matter what your personality is. But the person who's hiring wants to get to know you. Who are you as a person?
Yeah, yes, that's right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure. Other questions?
Actually, I have a question, even though I'm not
Sure.
a student.
Can you hear it all right? Or
Yeah.
maybe you need-
Okay,
Oh.
when we're looking at different applications and going through different applicants' profiles, how often do you actually take a look at their working ethics? Let's say if we're talking about software engineering, for example, how often do they deliver a project or actually just start a project and finish in the nothingness? Or let's say, how often do they engage in personal projects maybe, or how often do they engage in general in the community? And overall, the working ethics of a person, let's say for a junior position specifically.
I'm not sure I got your question totally correct, but you're asking me if how often am I looking at if they're good in ending projects or starting projects or the mid-piece, or what was your actual question? Sorry.
Maybe how good they are in their working ethics, because it's always, for example, a matter of ethics. Knowing to start a project, you must know that you can finish this project. And very often when I needed to go through different applications and I open, let's say, their GitHub or their portfolio, and there are projects that are just halfway through, you know, and you can see this project was started 2 years ago and was never finished. I don't know if it was for a company or something personal. Or for example, how often do they make sure what they create or like what they work with actually is durable and is made to work? Is that
It's a good question, but two things. I would look into if, as Katarina said, that she was showing what has she been trying to solve and what was the result. That tells me a little bit about, do they actually finish their project or not? But the second piece is, it depends on what I'm looking for. Sometimes I might be looking for people who are good starters, but not necessarily good enders. Because maybe they will be part of a group where I have a lot of good enders, but very bad starters. Depends on what I'm looking for. And that's back to what I said earlier. For me, there's nothing right or wrong. It's more a matter of being more conscious of what am I good at? If I should explain myself, I'm good at starting and I'm good at ending, but the mid piece is a bit boring for me, to be honest. Well, I can be quite open to you guys, but that's how I am. I'm conscious about it. So I try to take advantage of it. So I try to be part of projects where I can be part of the starting piece and part of the ending piece. And then hopefully there'll be someone who's really good at the mid piece who can then do that part. Because usually a task or a job role is not necessarily just one thing. You will be working together with others. And again, as I said, some people are working very closely together in a group. Other people like being part of a startup and then go back and do their own piece and then go back to be part of the end. That's probably some of a kind of a description of myself. I'm very introvert, to be honest. I can speak a lot, but I'm still very introvert, which means I need time to concentrate by myself sometimes. When I work and when I'm productive, then I need to be by myself somehow. But I need to have the discussion in the beginning as an input on what do we expect here? Who does what? Who does what when and in what order? And I can sometimes, hook into the group again, catch up and say, how far are you? I'm dependent on that piece. If you're doing that piece, then I'll add my piece. And then I go back, work by myself again, and then I'm part of ending the project. But we're all different. And there's, again, nothing right, nothing wrong. If you're good at other pieces, or it's not only 1, 2, 3 pieces, but where you contribute best, that's where you should take advantage of yourself, and that's where the company should take advantage of you. I'm not sure if it's totally answered your question, because for me, it's a matter of what am I looking for? If I have a team of 10, missing 1, I need the 10th person, then I need to be aware of, I have people who are really good at that part, people who are really good at that part, but I'm missing people who are good at that part, then that's what I've been looking for. And that's not necessarily people who will always end a starting project. It could be people who are really good as starters, or whatever I need. So yes, my answer is I would be looking at it if they're good starters, good producers, or good enders. I would be looking at that, but in comparison into what I'm looking for, because I'm not necessarily looking for the same all the time. And for me, it's not bad if you're not a good ender. If you start a lot of things but never end them. Yeah, I agree. It might tell me something about the person, but not necessarily a negative thing. That's what I'm saying. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Totally. Thank you very much for the answer.
Sure.
For the answer.
Any other
Actually, I maybe have a final question here, Ulla, before we wrap up. But I know you've had many years experience in global companies, you know, Salesforce and Oracle.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to hear maybe what has the hiring processes been like, usually just in terms of the different hoops to jump through along the way. Has there been commonalities between the two that you found? And I guess you also have some perspective of also larger companies. You've been involved in these networks, seeing how large companies hire. I'm just maybe curious to hear your inputs about, yeah, what is the process usually like in these larger companies, global companies?
Well, especially for the global companies, in my situation, it has been that I was never the recruiter myself. I was delivered a group of applicants. So I didn't look for the applicants. A recruiter did that. Either they knocked on someone's shoulders or they looked through the applications. So that's very common for bigger companies. I think that the hiring manager is not necessarily the recruiter. So if you want to reach to the point, in this case on my table, then you need to have a very interesting CV or cover letter, or try to reach out yourself. That's another thing. For bigger companies, another advice would be that they are very positive towards what do you call that? When you apply for a job that is not necessarily there. What do you call it?
Is it like where you reach out unsolicited?
Yeah, unsolicited. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. So that's actually something you can do with bigger companies. Definitely, they do, and there you need to be a bit unique in your applications. Otherwise, they will forget you again. So that's back to the discussion on being a bit creative. Have a different type of things into your CV, or add some different things that people think, wow, he or she, that's really interesting. That's something that makes me curious about the person. I also had, because of working in bigger companies, some people reaching out directly to my LinkedIn profile, asking for an informal chat, even though I didn't have any open positions. And I would always welcome that. So do remember that in bigger companies, that's also something you can try to do. If you reach out to 10, then maybe only 1 or 2 of them would say yes, but have made some sort of impression on someone. That means that person will remember you next time they have an open position. Other things that are common for the bigger companies is that bigger companies very often make organizational changes, especially in the IT industry. I don't know if that's common only for the IT industry, but they very often make big organizational changes. Be aware of that for 2 reasons. One, that means there might be very fast and new open position. So keep a close look into the company. Secondly, that also means that if you apply for a job because you like the company, you like what the company is producing or selling, or because you like the culture within the company, but the job is maybe not the best or the dream job, but getting into that job makes you have a big opportunity to move into the more dreaming job, because there's a lot of possibilities within big companies. But that being said, there's still also a lot of advantages with smaller companies. But that's something that I think is in common and which is positive in terms of bigger companies within the IT industry. One thing I've liked, if I should add something, but that's not necessarily something you would like, but what I've liked is that being in an IT company compared to being in a company with an IT department is I like being close to the source. That gives you some advantages, but that's not necessarily something that you would need or you would want to or you would love, but that's just a personal thing for me.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Thanks so much, Ulla. Thanks for your wise words. Maybe we give a round of applause.
I'm just happy to join you, and I'm clapping for you for what you're doing. Do remember that if whenever you want to reach out, feel free. I'm here and I'm open for any discussions if you like. Okay.
That's fantastic. Yeah, thanks so much, Ulla. It's really great to have you on board as well. And just to also mention that I've discussed with Ulla, I'll share her contact information after in the team channel, you know, her LinkedIn that she talked about. And also she is on Slack. So definitely do reach out there. We've discussed as well, probably in the course of the next few weeks, that maybe there'll also be some opportunities to have kind of a one-on-one with Ulla. So, you know, if you either reach out to her or we'll arrange something like that. So great to have you on board. So nice to have you in the community as well, Ulla. And thanks for the chat. Yeah, it's been fantastic.
I'm looking forward to follow the journey here.
Super cool. Lovely. All right. So we'll probably have to do a bit of a technical setup, but we're going to move into now the fireside chat. So we probably just need 5 minutes to figure out a bit the technical kind of setup, how we're going to do that and place a computer everywhere and whatnot. In that time, in the 5 minutes, if you need a coffee, toilet break or anything like that, then please do so. And then let's say by like 2:52 on the dot, that we're kind of back here ready to go. Hopefully we're also set up by then, so a bit of pressure on us, but yeah, cool. Into the fireside. Sure.
I send you the link of the lessons.
And the camera also to monitor the people, so then the joiners.
Hey, Alicia, can you hear me online?
The camera to point at the people, or should we move the whole thing, the whole?
Or can anybody hear me online?
I can help with this.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna be like.
So I have the camera here.
Can you make me a share?
That's kind of what that's expected, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah. Usually this is what happens. I'm not surprised.
now we're on the mark.
Yeah.
Can you still hear us online?
Yes,
Hello.
we can. Yes,
Okay.
yes,
We're
yes.
here.
Yeah, we're here.
Which microphone are you using? But I'm using this microphone.
And you?
Excuse me, William.
Kathy's asking.
Sorry? Katie, can you
sorry.
repeat?
Yeah, when people are far away from microphones, so it's really hard to hear others.
Yeah, we
Okay.
haven't started yet, so we'll start now in a second. Let's get everyone. I'll just
But we are seeing just empty chairs.
Yeah, so everyone, Alina, Jan, Ricardo,
Yeah.
Ricardo, and then we need one more, Margaret. Yeah,
But we need the students.
and then well, you do have everyone online here.
Maybe Ricardo, can you try to say something from there to see if people can hear you?
Just talk.
Just say something like you will answer your question. No.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
yes, we can
Thank
hear you. Yes.
That's nice. Lots.
Working.
Yeah.
Right?
Say hi to yourself.
I'll just fall over again. Don't touch the.
Yeah.
I have actually some after this one. This is not
So you have a separate section.
No, not this way.
If there's anything.
I think I will be. I will be asking more questions then.
Yeah, but we are a bit short in time. I think it's fine because they can hear them, they can listen to them, so it's fine. So now we're missing Jen. Yeah, so we start in a minute when he comes back, I guess.
Oh, yeah, we're doing introduction.
Yeah,
Is this chip?
yeah, he's back. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would like you guys to start doing a little bit of introduction of yourself.
Can you make sure that everyone is able to hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
You can see the question there, right?
No, they can see them just here because we are also sharing the screen, right?
See the question there.
Are we sharing the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, just do it, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So go ahead, maybe you can try.
Yeah. I'm Alina. I'm class 21.
21 years.
21 along I don't remember, it's been a while. Yeah, right now I work as a software engineer at the company called Elsevier, where one of my main project is actually a research management system. It does sound boring, but it's not, in fact. Yeah.
I'm Jan. I'm also Alina from class 21 with Alina. I'm a front-end developer at Selling Group. Yeah, working with the e-commerce websites for Selling Group, like Peak and Question or stuff like that. Yes.
I'm Margaret. I'm not an alumni.
but I have been working as mentor here like almost 2 years. I'm working in Mülner Informatics. No, I'm a consultant for Mülner Informatics that works in Nordic. And I'm doing software tests.
I'm Ricardo. I'm a front-end / full stack developer, a bestseller. I'm an alumni from Hacker Future from class 11. I think it was 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And the projects that we work on a department that came from, we started up the department from scratch, moved from Amsterdam. And our task is to develop from scratch and maintain the e-commerce websites for the biggest bestseller brands like Jack and Jones, Only, Vermoda, and 3 other smaller brands.
Yes, thank you. And let's move on to the first question, which is, how did you find your way to the first tech job?
Job or unpaid job?
The first thing you got, because all stories are different, right?
The first thing that I got was an unpaid internship at a small startup, which was made by 2 students here in Aarhus. It was while I was still doing the course. It was I think we were studying React at that time when I got the internship, and yeah, it was exciting. And yeah, my first day I wanted to cry, but then I survived. Yeah, and it was a valuable experience. Although it was a startup, it was like a team of 4 of us plus the designer, and it was remote job because they had some office, but it was like literally like one small room with 2 chairs. That was the office of the company, but I did learn a lot. And then once I graduated, the first company I applied to was Elsevier, and yeah, I got an offer, but between I applied and got an offer, I received like 40 rejects from different companies. Yeah.
We're gonna get into rejections after.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you mean the platform that I found the job on, or
How did you find, like, was your network important or that, or?
Okay, the first job I got was the selling group job,
Mhm.
and how I find it, I was in my focus pause at work.
Yeah.
Like scrolling LinkedIn, and I found it and I applied for that later.
So you didn't have a internship?
No.
That's great.
Yes. How was
I have a question of John, sorry. How
Yes.
many rejection, John, did you get when you applied for job?
I get 5 rejections.
So you're the
So I got 5 rejections, and the selling group was my first one that provided me a first meeting. The other 5, like, I didn't even get any meetings or anything with them. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
That's the clown.
Margaret?
Yeah, so my first full-time job was in Norlux. But before I got into there, I had also internship as a part of my education in Aarhus University, where I was in Göttingen and was doing unit tests. After that, I had a student job in Vestas, about a year, where I was working mostly with hardware tests. And after that, I got this job in Norlux. And the way I found it, I knew that I wanted to work with software tests. So it was. I knew that there was this group in LinkedIn for software testers, and the only way to get into that group was through someone who was in the group. So I used my network. I contacted someone from my internship and asked her to add me. And after that, I just examined people there and where they work. I made a list of all the companies and then started to examine and see which companies I like most and which companies could be interesting for me. And then I went into their webpage and examined whether they have job announcements that are not on other job announcement pages. So I found one place that I was interested in and applied and got contacted directly. And yeah, in that way I got the job.
So I can see she's also applying what we talked about, this do your research thing, right? When you're interested in a company and you have to go to their website and look at everything, like what's going on.
Use lots of time.
Yeah.
And it was useful, we can say, because I got the job.
Yeah.
Did you find that people were very impressed? Like if you showed up at the
Because of
job?
the interview, I also told them how I found them.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, you really,
It makes a
you-
difference.
Yeah.
High
Yeah.
level.
A bit of corporate stalking.
Exactly.
Oh,
So yeah.
nice.
Nice. Ricardo?
Yes, the internship that I had was for a company in Sweden. It was a startup. And I was looking to get my feet wet after graduating MicroFuture. And then I saw it was a company, I think that they were looking for interns. And I think they got in touch with Hacker Future, but I didn't find it through the Hacker Future Slack or I actually found them on LinkedIn because I guess someone from Hacker Future, maybe Christopher or somebody, shared that on LinkedIn. And then I sent the two owners, I sent them an email saying that I was actually a message on LinkedIn saying that I was interested. But they already had hired, not hired per se, like because it was unpaid, but they already had accepted an intern. But because I don't know how I sent it, I don't remember what I said, but they were kind of like they got interested in talking to me. So they decided to talk to me. And then I, essentially I told them, and I was just looking just for the experience. I wouldn't put any stress or demand because on the team, I would be more like an observant and absorber of knowledge. So they said, okay. And what ended up happening was that, the intern that he was supposed to deliver the stuff that they were looking for, he couldn't deliver. And then I ended up actually taking his place. And I ended up I was supposed to be a backup or observer. I actually was the one who actually did most of the work. And then I stayed with that company for like about 9 months. And but before that, actually, I was looking specifically because of my situation that I had a full-time job and I couldn't just, drop everything and go into an internship, having a wife and all. So I was looking for something that I could do remotely, so I could do that was the company could benefit. I could benefit from the experience and also the company would benefit because, the owners often a startup, it was a very early startup. So they were also still studying and they still had their full-time jobs. So for them, it was more like it was a startup, but it was like a side gig. So, and that's how that came about.
Let's go with the next one. We already dived a little bit into this one, but maybe if you have something to add to this, how important was your network? I mean, you mentioned already that you got it because you heard about the job in the Hacker Future community, right? And then from that, you started your path, but maybe you guys want to add something to this?
Yeah, for the internship, it was not that important because I just found it on Hub.io. As I said, it was a really small company.
Did you have any connections working there already or nobody, someone that knew?
But as for my current job at Elsevier, I heard about the company from another Hacker Future alumnus, Jean-Claude, who But at that time, he also lived in Oslo, but then he moved back to Copenhagen. He's still my colleague, so we work in the same office right now. But yeah, so I just heard about the company when we were studying JavaScript. So like right in the I would say in the beginning, and I was like, okay, yeah, sounds fun. And then when I was looking for a job, there is a Novi Science Park in Oslo. That's basically a place where there are a bunch of IT companies. And I just opened Novi's website and I was like, okay, here we go. I went literally to each company's website, look their profile, see what they do, look at the open positions they have. And then it was like, oh, Elsevier, I remember that Jean-Claude told me about it. So I just messaged him. I saw that they have open position as a front-end engineer. And for some reason, this position was not advertised anywhere. Then we discussed it with the head of office later when I was already employed, because it was literally the only website where this position was. So I messaged Jean-Claude and said like, can you give me some tips, tricks? What should I do? What you guys you're looking for? And he just went to my LinkedIn profile and he was like, well, just add that, like this, and that. Even though like you might not know much about it, but once you come to work, you'll just catch up really, really fast. And that's how it was. I didn't really mention it in my application because I didn't know where to add this reference thing. I don't know. It's like this Workday stuff where he applied for Elsevier, which was like really weird form. So I didn't know where to like mark the reference because he would get the bonus if I would do it. Yeah. But then at the interview, I kind of mentioned that, yeah, I know this guy, like we studied at the same bootcamp, and yeah, that's I don't know if it counts as a network, but I did hear from Jean-Claude about the company.
Did he got the bonus points when you mentioned him in the interview?
I don't know, I need to ask my team lead.
Yeah, for me, it was really important, my network, because as I mentioned, I got 5 rejections before that. I didn't even went into an interview. But at this one, when I found the job announcement, it was mentioned on LinkedIn, it's entry level, and they need 3 years of experience. So I messaged Adrian, he was in the selling group at that time, like, should I apply or I should not waste my time because they need 3 years of experience? He said, I will talk to the manager and ask, and I said, like, just apply. Yeah, and then I got to the first interview, and that's what I did. Yes, it was very important.
Yeah, I mentioned before that the way I got to the LinkedIn testers group was through my network. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It was
the
just
case I used.
Yeah, it was just if you wanted to add something else to what you already said, or we can also move on to the next one.
No, I want to say something because the network was to get the first internship was not so important as to finding Hacker Future, or actually finding my way back into the IT industry, because I was completely out of it. I didn't know anybody. I didn't know anything about the IT industry in Denmark. And that's when I started going to meetups every week. In August, here in August, at least once or twice a week. As I mentioned before, so you actually, people know you and you know them, and that's the opportunity of joining Hacker Future came about. That's when I found out. It's very important, networking.
Yes, let's move on to the next one. We talked a little bit about this as well, but how do you handle rejection? Because we know that when you're looking for your first job or internship, you might get a lot of rejections, and that can be pretty.
It's depressing.
Yeah, for sure. But how do you?
I made an Excel table. That was maybe a mistake. I don't know. I wanted to track all the applications, and yeah. As I said, it's my company. The hiring process was really, really long because I applied in August and I got offer in October and contract in November because our hiring partners not the best people. You need to ping them to do their job. But anyways, Yeah, so I applied in August. And I was waiting. I didn't know if I need to wait at all because I didn't get anything. So I was applying to many jobs, to other positions. And as I said, I got like 40 rejections. And it's okay if you want to cry, you can just cry. Then you get up and continue searching for the job. It is really depressing. It is really depressing. But it's once I applied for one position, and that was a wake-up call for me. They rejected with the statement that they need a native Danish speaker for this position. I was like, why the heck do you need a native Danish speaker to be a software engineer? I had no idea. But then I was like, well, if these people, the only thing they care about is my proficiency in Danish, although I spoke Danish at like C1 level at the time, well, then I don't care for them. Why should I care for people that only care for my proficiency in Danish? They don't want to even talk. They never talk to me. Nothing. They didn't call me. They didn't talk to me in Danish. Nothing. They just said, "Well, you don't fit because we need a native speaker." I said, "Yeah, okay." But yeah, it is really very disappointing. It is very depressing. But you just need to remember that you only need one company to believe in you.
Yeah.
You don't need 20 companies. You just need one. Yeah.
And that's also related with what Ula was saying, right? About finding the right fit.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's like,
because sometimes you come to the interview and you talk to people and you're like, well, that's not the place where I want to work.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes that's the opposite. Because when I went to my first interview, I came there and we just talked to, well, he's a former team lead right now because we reorganized teams and everything. But yeah, then in the middle of the conversation, he was like, well, you will actually be a good fit for the team. Like regardless of your experience, regardless of your skills, because you can learn React, some advanced concepts. You can always learn Java. You can always learn Python. I had zero experience with Java. Now I do some Java stuff as well. Like you just need to have the right attitude. You just need to fit in the team. The rest you can learn. Okay. The experience will come. Your attitude, if it's not there, it's not there. That's it.
So maybe now it's a good time to mention that rejecting a company is also a thing, and it's also healthy sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just not the fit for you.
Yeah.
Sometimes everything might be perfect, compensation package, everything, but you just feel like, oh, I don't want to work with these people, and it's fine.
Yeah, you're actually making a big favor to your mental health, choosing not to join
Really,
a team you
yes.
have like a bad feeling for. Because I think it's a lot of juniors' mindset that I need to find something.
Something that's a really bad approach, because then you will spend half of your salary on psychologists. Really.
Yeah. Thank you. Jan?
Okay, when the rejection. I got a rejection from Bestseller.
Yes.
I got a rejection-
So it's not enough.
I got a rejection from Yusk and from 3 other startups. Some of them actually I got the email of rejection after I get my job from Selling, because also the process of Selling Group hiring me was around 2 months, 3 interviews. Yeah, how I handled it, it was like I get really upset when the Bestseller and Yusk rejected me, but with the startups I was like, it's okay. And one of them I was already hired, so it was like I don't care now. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I recently got a rejection from almost 2 years ago. Yeah. That's really interesting. They just decided, like a year and a half later, they just decided to let me know that I do not fit.
Okay.
I don't even remember you, but fine.
Most probably it was the system that sent the rejection. That's not late.
Yeah, sometimes you just get rejections like half a year later, and you're like,
Okay.
okay, not that I
Thank
would
you.
care right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm the type of person that doesn't take rejections too seriously, and then like when I get a rejection, just fuck it, move forward. So yeah. And as far as I remember, I got only one rejection because I didn't apply to so many jobs. It was just 3 I applied and I got the job.
You know how to hunt.
Yeah. What about?
Yeah, the way I see rejections are a little bit different. Because I see rejections like it's not only one face. They're like a multifaceted scenario for rejection, because it depends on market demand, supply and demand. It depends on your level, your skill level, right? Sometimes you are applying for something that you think you can do it, but you cannot. So I don't really think that, I don't take rejections so much personally. Having said that, rejections can have like a big impact on you if you actually don't have a job and you trying to get a job desperately. So of course you get rejected, you're gonna have, they will have, naturally will have a bigger emotional and psychological impact. Well, I got rejected, even there's someone in this room that knows that I got rejected. But it also depends on the company, right? So it's like some companies put more emphasis on soft skills than others. Some companies, like Ulla was saying, that they need someone specific for a specific role, right? That you may not be a fit in. So it's to me, it's like keeping a realistic view of where you are, what you're actually applying for, and how realistic is for you to actually get an offer from that position. Like when I applied for bestseller, I was actually quite shocked actually, because I didn't expect, well, before I say that, I mean, also there's another factor too, that helps for you to kind of like, for someone who wants to apply for a job, is like, let's say, I already had a full-time job, even though I wanted to change to get into the IT field. It's like if I got a rejection, it wasn't so much impact, it didn't have so much heavy impact, because I could support myself, right? It wasn't what I want to do, but yes, you got a rejected, said, okay, maybe I'll do better, and then you just keep trying.
Yeah.
It's completely different scenario than if you don't have a job at all, and then you get rejected left and right? So you kind of like get in this desperate situation that you need to find something. But when I applied for bestseller, I wasn't sure. I wasn't completely confident that I was ready. So I applied for the position that I have now, and I applied for the same position for the IT department. And I also sent an application to Selling Group, which rejected me much later. Thank you, Anna. I know that.
Well, you rejected me in bestseller now.
Yeah, the revenge.
I applied for Lego as well, which he rejected me. And but in total, I actually had applied maybe for 8 companies. And I got curious because both departments in bestseller called me for an interview and talked to me and actually gave me tests to do. So my boss just saw that I was applying for the other position in the IT, so he actually rushed the process and kind of like made me an offer before I could actually complete the test for the IT department. That was that, and then also Maersk also replied to me. So I actually, out of 8 applications, I got 50%. 50% of them rejected, and 50% them actually called me to move on to process. So I was kind of like, it was interesting. That could have been time, that could have been maybe the way I presented myself. So there are many factors that goes into rejection, but you should really keep take a high overview of how realistic is it for you to get that position, right? So you can actually take a critical look at yourself and say, okay, do I really have the skills to actually do this or not?
Yeah.
Right? So that will give a different perspective on the rejection process.
Thank you so much. And now we have some questions, more questions well, from the people. Do you guys have any questions for them? Also people in Zoom.
Yeah, I think it's a really good opportunity because you were like at the same stage as you, at the same steps. So it's also good to get experience from them for what they do and so on. So I think it's really good to ask questions, yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so normally there is only one fact about one thing, but there are many ways to elaborate that fact. And in order to, like when it comes to our projects, there are two ways of elaborating that project. One could be in project part with a GitHub link on it, or that could be also in our experience part with like specific time and stuff. Would that make difference in our applications from your experience?
You mean on how you add it into your CV?
Yeah, like.
Yeah, we're gonna go more into CVs next week, right? So yeah, we will get more answers on that, but if you have any comments of what you think is
I would
best.
say as long as you have it in your CV, that's the most important. As long as you have it in on your CV, that's the most important thing, because no matter how you call it, experience or projects, it doesn't really matter, I would say. I don't know. I would say as long as you have it, that should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the link, maybe with if it's deployed, with the thing
Yeah.
to the deployment. Yeah.
As a personal opinion, I think it's good to have something that is clickable in the CV, so you can
Yeah.
get to the deployed project, like you said.
So they can actually see what the deployed project looks like. If it's deployed, say, and I would also mention what exactly worked on. Was it more front end? Was it more back end? Was it like those things? Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. You tell me.
I have now an internship that it's not something that I mean, I'm not limited by the time, so I can stay there as long as I want. But I want to know if it is a good idea to search for a new internship position, or I can stay here for a long time. It's better to, for example, stay here for more than 6 months to find a paid job, or it's better to have another internship in another company.
When I did my first internship, right, I was there for 9 months. And the reason I stayed there for 9 months is because they had like a very basic platform that was functional, so it was not very user friendly. And the goal of the company was to actually make their system user friendly, right? For example, have a good interface. So my decision, based on that, my decision was to stay until they actually launch the website open to the public. So at that point, I knew I would have something to show to a potential employer. So then you have to decide, you know, I think number one is how much you're learning, what do you want to get out of this internship, right? And when you leave, do you have something to show for? Or something that you just there that you learn and you have not much to show for afterwards?
Actually, I need to learn a lot of new stuff because I need to learn Redux, MongoDB, and
MongoDB, yeah.
I don't have it, and now I'm on journey of learning these things. But I don't know if should I stay more to because when I learn these things, I can have a better understanding of the project. So I want to know if it's a good idea to stay and work with something that now I learned, or I don't know, I can search for something else.
Well, it depends on how comfortable you are and what level do you think you are on the technology that you learn, because it will never end. It's constantly changing, right? And if you're going to another, start looking for another internship, what is it that you're going to be looking for, right? Because if you're going to another internship that you're not going to use Redux or MongoDB, I'm almost certain that 6 months down the road on that internship, you're not going to remember much about Redux and MongoDB if you don't use that. If you don't use it, you lose it. That's how it goes. And on top of that, things can change so fast that, you know, by the time you go back to start using MongoDB, it's very different than what, highly unlikely, this is a large product, but, you know, there might be a lot of things that, you know, what's that, React now, it's coming to React 19. So it's probably, there's a lot of things that, you know. So it depends on what you want to learn and what you want to get out of it, or what's your end goal is. Does that answer your question?
You should ask a different question of yourself. You should ask if you want to continue on this internship, and not if you want to find another internship. If you enjoy what you're doing, and obviously you're learning something, you can just continue on this internship. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, if you really enjoy it, you can just continue and like look for a paid position rather than just go into another internship that is
I
going.
mean, because that's to show another criteria is it is important that you have, for example, experience in 2 different companies, or you have I don't know.
I don't think so.
No, yeah, I think there's also a difference between having, like I say, if you have one internship for 3 months and the other one 3 months, then you're not really going to go deep into everything in the company for 3 months. So then you'll have a shallow knowledge about the 2 things. But if you're staying in one place, you will have a deep knowledge because you're staying longer in one thing and you're focusing on that. So you're becoming more expert or more experienced in this one. But then it's also a question to yourself: do you want to get a shallow knowledge about so many different things, or do you want to get a focus on something specific and learn about this? It's not something I can say you should do. It is something you need to agree with yourself into what you want to do. So it's just like there's advantage and disadvantage of each of them, but then you are the one who's making the decision and who's the one who's getting the consequences of that afterwards.
Thank you.
So we need to wrap up because we're a little bit short on time, but thank you for your questions. And what was that?
Maybe a question online?
Maybe I'm gonna check the chat. No.
I think
So-
let's check last if there's someone online want to ask us question.
In Slack, you mean? In the Zoom, there is no one. I checked. But,
No, should anyone online have any questions or?
Thank you
Now
for
is the-
sharing us your experiences. Thank you.
yes.
That was very
so-
well conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, so to conclude, I think we could like take home 3 very important things. First of all, use your network, because not only for as a contact inside of a company, but they can also help you reviewing your CV or your cover letter or giving you some feedback like what you did. Also do your research. I'm gonna say it again. And overall, keep the optimism and keep trying. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, and
All right. You have flowers.
I was about to ask you.
You do?
Well,
you do?
I have the one from, I don't know if you included the one from the last time. Okay, I think
You have on a link or?
yeah, I think so.
Just say 2 minutes.
I can share it with.
Yeah.
With you.
We will be back in 2 minutes. We just need to set up everything up for Ahmed. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're back online, everyone. Everything good on there?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay, lovely to
Yes,
hear.
thank you.
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah.
begin.
Okay.
The guys are just coming when they.
Yes,
So
yes.
they have
Okay.
everything.
Cool. So yes, so I will talk a bit as a preparation for the next couple of weeks about interview, like what is the interview process looks like, what you should expect. I think I'll talk a bit more about the generic process than like Uber specific or company specific, because I have worked in Denmark for a long time, and I've worked with different South companies, startups, and big companies. And I have also been, I usually interview around 100 to 150 person per year for my work, I think at Uber and before that. So I see at least 150 CVs per year. So I've seen a lot of CVs in the last couple of years. I have also interviewed positions planned, like interns, juniors, mid-level, and senior people. So I also have experience into kind of the different levels and what things we are looking into, because I'm trying to also bridge the gap for what I look from the other side as someone who's doing the interview. And then what you should be aware of, because if you know what I'm looking for, then you are kind of mentally prepared to show me that. So yes, so that's basically it. Then we can start with the agenda. Okay. Yeah, cool. So these are kind of the four things we are going to talk about, like the interview goals, like why do we have interviews, interview process, what the process looks like, tips and tricks, something you can prepare and you can do before doing the interviews and when applying, and also what you can do while applying for the interview process. Okay, I think before we start going about the interviewing and the interview steps, like, can someone just answer me either in Zoom or here or both, like why interview process exists? Like you could also say we have a job application online, the first one applies, gets the job. Wouldn't that be easier for everyone?
No.
Right? Why not?
So may I?
Because they want
Yeah,
to
I
know-
think, may I say something?
I think Sana's talking, so yeah, maybe let her go, and then I will get back to you, Kathy.
Yeah, of course.
If you can speak louder, yeah.
In my opinion, I think they use interview as if they understand if that person is fit for their team or not. The physics, the sympathy, the soft
Soft skills, yeah.
Soft skills, hard skills.
Yeah.
Special soft skills.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's a really good answer. Yeah, that's true. Yes. So what, I don't know if you heard Sana's, Kathy, but yeah, please go ahead as well.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that, but I just wanted to add something to that. It can be good for both sides, for both interviewer and also the interviewee, because they can see if whether they would match each other, and maybe somebody go through interview, but she or he would not like to work in that company, maybe.
Yeah, I think, yes, that's a really
Say.
good point. So yes, I think you both made a really good points, and yes, it was actually what I wanted to say, so you have said it, so that's good. Because basically you have a job, and then you want to get someone who is the best match for the job. If you're getting the first one who apply for the job, then you are not sure that you're getting someone that matches for the job. So if you have, for example, like a front-end position, and then you have an architect or a civil engineer applying for the job, does this mean that they match? They don't have the same skills. So then you want to make sure that you are hiring the best fit for this company. And then like we'll talk a bit about what interviewer is looking for. I think I'll just step to the last point. So like there's interviewer and interviewee. Do you know what the difference between the two?
Yes.
Interviewer is the one who's doing the interview, like who's hiring. Yeah, exactly. An interviewee is you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So that's the language I'm going to use throughout my slides, so we all understand what both mean, because I actually confuse them myself sometimes. So it's but then I think one thing that people mentioned, like I think Alina and multiple people, like during the day today, we haven't talked about my slides, but I think it's a very mutual thing. Like interviewing is mutual. So the people are looking for the best fit for the job, but you at the same time, you're looking for the best fit for you. Is it a place that you're excited about? Is it a place you like? Do you like the vibe about the place? Because sometimes maybe you don't really have visibility into everything there, but do I like the place? Do I like my future colleagues? Do we think we have good chemistry? Are they using the technology that I like? Are they willing to listen to me? You can look a lot of factors, a lot of things, because by the end, maybe they want to hire you, but you don't think you will be happy in that place. So then should you go? Maybe, maybe not. But I think, and if you have multiple options and of decision as well into what you want to do. So by the end, it's mutual. So you also have the say into what you want. And then actually, when you do interviews, you are also expected to ask about the company, about the culture, about the process, because as they are interviewing you, you interview them. So that is actually a very important thing. The interview process. So the interviewing process, we have also talked a bit about it throughout the day. I think William mentioned part of it at the start. But actually, there is no standard interview process in Denmark. Like each company has their own style of doing interviews. But I think I've picked here the most common two themes that the companies use in Denmark. Like starting with the first one, you apply to a job through like the hub or through LinkedIn, through the website or whatever website. Then you go into this screening phase. Screening phase is either a bot or a robot or like something tool scans your CV and make sure that it fits the job, or a human looks into the CV and see if it matches the job. The trick about screening is, I think a lot of very junior people do this mistake. Sometimes the screening, it's a bot or it's a system. So if you export your CV as a picture, then the system will not be able to read your CV, and then it will be automatically rejected. So that's a very important thing. So make sure that your CV, when you select it, even if it's a PDF, you can select it as a text. It's not a picture. Because if it's a picture, then the system cannot read it, and then they will not be able to make a decision. And that's a very important part. The other part.
Excuse me, Ahmed.
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to say that if I heard you correct, so you said that PDF is okay, yes?
Yes, but just make sure that what is inside the PDF is text you can select. Because if the PDF is a picture, then the system will not be able to read it.
Yes, yes, of course. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. No. The other part is if a human is going to look into the CV. So imagine you have a job position open, and then you have 200 people applying for the job. So if your CV is very long, will the one who's filtering, the hiring manager or the recruiter, have time to look into everything there? If there are 200 people and you have, let's say, 2 hours to look into everything, will that person look into everything in your CV? Probably not, because they don't have a time. So they always say, make sure that your CV, you have you can scan it quickly by your eye in half a minute, in 30 seconds. So you should be very focused into that. So if you have your CV like 4 pages, then it's like so much. And you also need to order your CV. I think we'll be talking about CV a bit later next week, but you should add the most important things on top and the least important things on the bottom, because the first thing, the one personal attention, is the top of the page. So for example, maybe education, like university education is all the most important thing. Maybe like you need to focus on projects or things you worked on more. And actually, I will try, I'm mixing more my personal experience with the generic things just to relate to it. So actually, to get my first job, I think Jan was talking that he got rejected 5 times, right? I got rejected 5 times plus 60. So I got rejected actually 65 times. 56 actually. Okay, so that's even, 56 times before I got my first job. So that is like, it's a very big number. And actually, one of the problems when I was looking into it's like, okay, I've been getting rejected too many times. There's something wrong here, right?
Yes.
It's either I'm applying for the wrong jobs, either there's something wrong with my CV, and so on. And one of the things I asked one of my friends who have worked and have some work experience, can you please look at CV and give me some feedback? And then when he looked at it, I was still at university, so I don't have a professional experience. And my CV was 6 pages. And then he told me, it's like, okay, that's too much, especially since you have a lot of experience. But I have a lot of nice things I want to show, but people are not interested in all of these things. So first thing is also changing. Yeah, I have a lot of activities, I have done a lot of projects and so on. But then he told me, six pages would be expected if you have like 15 or 20 years of experience, and you have no experience at all. So that doesn't make sense. So you need to focus on reducing and focusing. What do you want people to focus on? And in that case, I want to focus on projects, right? So I don't have experience, so I want them to focus on projects. But let's say I worked on 20 side projects. Do I want to put all of them there, even my Happy Future homework? That's maybe if you don't have anything else, but if I have a lot of things, then he told me, put the most things that you're proud about the most. And then the least important things can just be deferred. And then you can talk about it when you talk in person. And by changing these kind of things, CV and structure, I managed to get it into 1 page. And then eventually I got an internship. But then going from 6 pages where it's crazy, I think it's a very stupid thing. And that's also how you look into yourself in the best. You do a lot of things, and then things get better afterwards. So CV is very important because the one who's going to look into the CV is the person who doesn't know you, right? They haven't talked to you in person. They can't really get if you are a good person, bad person, have experience, excited, not very excited. So you need really to give the people what they are looking for in a short period of time. And once you continue after the filtering, then you can express yourself even more as a person, like person to person. And that's here, for example, the third step would be a phone call. So a recruiter or like a hiring manager is the manager, your future manager, will be having like, let's say 15 or half an hour call with you on the phone or Skype or Zoom, where you will talk together, like he'll try to get into your previous experience, ask you a question from your CV about like, you wrote this point, you did this, you did that, like, why did you do this? Or how did it go? What was your responsibilities there? And then get to see if you are a good fit within the company. And if everything is all right, then you move to the on-site interview. On-site is where you go to the company. Sometimes you do it remote. After Corona, things have changed a bit. But that's where you go, you will have a problem. So they will give you like a question. Let's build the React component together. Or we have this code that is broken, and let's try to figure out what is wrong there and fix it together. So then you will be working with someone to see if you are able to work as a team with someone else. Are you able to think, or are you able to approach problems? And in that way, if things are fine, then they will, and also sometimes you also meet the team, your future team. And after that, if everything is all right, you will be extended an offer. So then you get an offer. Actually, it's quite common to meet the team, because if people cannot work with you or you can't work with them, then you will not be a good match. And actually, it's very common for Danish companies after you leave to do this thing like thumbs up or thumbs down. So then if most of the people are thumbs up, then you get hired. So people would do like this, and then like 3, 2, 1, and then people would do like thumbs up or thumbs down. And of course, sometimes you can find everyone being thumbs down or everyone thumbs up, or sometimes a mixed signal. And then people would discuss why did they get this feeling about you, or what kind of things did they get. That's one style of doing it. The other style in the second line here is like you apply, similar to the other one. You also go through the screening, but then instead of having the phone call or the on-site interview, you will get a take-home exercise. So that they will give you a problem or a code that is broken, and they will ask you to implement the feature or something for that you don't expect to spend a lot of time on. So let's say 2 hours in one evening, and that should be fine. It's not a full-time thing. It's not something they're going to sell. It's just to see how you are doing it. And once you deliver it to them, they will evaluate it internally to see if it's good, if it's running, if it's working as expected or not. And afterwards, they will have a phone call with you, or maybe they will invite you to the company to discuss the solution with you. And then if everything is all right, then you will be extended an offer. So this is kind of the 2 most common kind of processes in the companies in Denmark for these companies. Of course, there can be different ways, but those are the ones that I'm more aware of and very common. Also, feel free to stop me or ask me questions throughout the way. Oh, yeah.
How do you control your company that the persons are cheating? If they take home, they can use all the cheating.
Yes.
Just did the online hear that part?
Did you hear the question?
No, unfortunately, we cannot hear.
No,
we couldn't
No,
answer the question.
Okay, sorry, Margaret will come here and repeat. Yeah.
So my question was that how are they controlling in their company whether the person is cheating or not? Because it's take-home exercise, right? And they have, when they are at home, then they have access to all kinds of cheating mechanisms, ChatGPT and so on.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
That's a very good question. So like, it's actually, this is, I remember from Corona time, before Corona time, so I don't know. It's not something I do in my current company at the moment, but I have seen it before Corona. Before Corona, there was no ChatGPT, but then you still have GitHub. So people could still share solutions together. So, and I have seen this multiple times where people would change variable names and then submit the same solution again, and that would be it. And of course, like you have seen a lot of people, so you can also see like, okay, I've seen this solution before. And then you would go back into the history and see what happened. I think the other thing is in the phone call or the afterwards, you can ask the people about the solution. So why did you do this approach? Why did you go through these steps? And then I think very common question I would ask even in the normal interviews with the on-site, because sometimes they can memorize the question, but then they act as they don't know the question, which is a bit tricky. But then if you add something different to the question, so there's a lot of things you can figure out if people are copying or not. And by the end, you should be kind of good citizen. If you know something, you should tell beforehand, I know it. So then you are honest with the people. And also if you try to do ChatGPT, it's okay to get some help. By the end, you need to understand what are you doing. If you don't understand what you're doing, then you are going to make the company product in a very bad shape or a very bad situation. Because by the end, it's not that you are solving the problem in a perfect way. It's that you know what you're doing, what problem are you solving, and you are able to demonstrate to them that you are able to understand and also develop it in the future. And this is more what you're looking into. And then that's also why a lot of people misunderstand what is expected. It's not like a university exam. I need to get a specific number of marks and deliver it in time, and that's it. No. I see you, Kathy, you're raising your hand. Do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So I have two questions, but I don't know if we would have time for that. But the first one is that if somebody has had, for example, another background and they come to interview, and do you want to ask why they want to change their branch and go and work in another branch like IT, for example, web development, for example?
Yeah, I think that could be part of the chat. Like if they are switching their career to want to see also what is their motivation. Why do they want to do that? Is it like, do they want to continue on this thing? Like just as a chat to know why is that? So you need also to have a good argument for why are you switching, and is this something you are passionate about? Because sometimes I don't really have if you have a prior experience, but I care more about that you're a passionate person, that you're able to learn. Because I think as Alina and others mentioned before, there is a lot of things you can learn on the job. But if you are not able to describe your thoughts and if you are not able to collaborate, then why should I hire you? Because they'll not be able to work or learn anything. So this is more kind of the mindset of the evaluation.
Yeah, thank you so much. And another question, if there is also maybe a gap, some years between in the CV. So would you also ask about that, or do you like to know about that? Why?
Yeah, I have seen it before, and people would ask like, yes, what happened here? Why does this gap exist? And then you need to have also prepare an answer. Like, yes, what happened here? Like, yes, I wanted to take a career break, or I had a kid or something else happened, then it's fine. I think all these things you need to predict beforehand that you're going to be asked about them and prepare an answer for it. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having any of these things. You just need to have an answer for and a reasonable answer.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. I wanted to say something about this. Okay, I forgot. Okay, never mind.
And I had one more question.
No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
So, you got so many rejection, right? But
Yeah.
how could you manage it, and how you didn't get disappointed of this much rejection? Because that's 56 rejections, so much, I think.
Yes, I think it was very disappointing. I was like, every time I was like, I get an email, I expect it to be a rejection, right? I was like, so after some point, I'm used to it. But then by the end, like, it's just like not giving up, right? Because there should always be like a light by the end of the tunnel. You should be motivated. Like you have a goal, so you should try on that. And at that point also, I was a student. So I was like, I'm trying. And if it doesn't work out, I don't lose anything by trying. So And by the end, I know that I just need to try to figure out the good fit for me and also what I'm looking for. So I think just keep, like at that point, also when I was applying, I was not stopping everything and waiting for the interview. I was learning more things, doing more projects, doing more things on the side to keep myself busy. And then things just worked out. And actually one of these side projects was the reason to give me my first internship. So what happened at that point, I think it was, yeah, it's a long time ago, but when I was doing the interview, my future manager have already hired someone for the position. So they have already filled the position. But then when I was talking to him, I told him, hey, I'm working on this side project that use this technology and that's super cool. And when I showed it to him, he was like, oh, you look that you're very like active and learning things. So he opened a new position just for me in there, just because he saw that there is a potential for me while I was just explaining to him things. So it's also, yes, I will talk a bit about this in the future, but then projects will compensate for a lot of things. So you should never stop making projects until you get a job. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, yes, of course.
Yeah.
And thank you for sharing all your experience. And that's
Yeah.
very nice to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think this is just a reminder like of the general interview process. So you have a job application, you have screening, which I described what screening means. Like it's either a system that scans you or a person that which happens in half a minute or so. So you need to be very careful. You also need to make sure that your CV is text, so the systems can scan that. Then you have either a take home. But actually, there is a lot of discussion about this one. So I am from the school that says don't put your photo in the CV.
Oh.
I know Chris from Hacking Future doesn't agree with me, but it's fine to disagree. We have talked about it before, but I think you are not like marketing or sales. You are not going to talk to people outside of your company. So why should I care about how you look?
Yeah, but doesn't it create a little bit of a personal connection when you have a picture on your CV?
No, then it also gives you an opportunity to be biased. And that's also not a good thing. It's similar to your age, your gender, and all these things. It's a bias. And it's not relevant to the job. Like whether you look nice or you don't look a specific way or have a specific haircut. If you do your job, why should I care?
Okay.
I think it's
Maybe you have a point, yeah.
yeah. I think there's a lot of opportunities for bias, and I think it's good to eliminate any of these points beforehand. But that's just my opinion. Yeah. So I guess you either take home exercise or on-site, and then by the end, hopefully you'll be extended the job offer. Tips and tricks for interviewing. So always, I think one of the things I really find interesting and I really like is think like an interviewer. Like when you prepare for the interview beforehand, you should always do your homework, which I will mention what that means a bit later. But then even during the interview, when you try to talk about things, think that this person doesn't know me. So I should not assume that they know anything. I should be more saying things than just making it explicit. No, instead of making it implicit. So explicit is always making that than implicit because you make things clear about that. You also need to think like an interviewer. So like if he is giving me a suggestion about a specific solution, or is he giving me something while I'm doing the interview about specific things? So I should take this sign because he is expecting me kind of to listen to him. So if I don't listen, then he gets a signal that, okay, maybe he's not a good collaborator. And that, of course, doesn't leave a good sign. Also critical thinking. I think that's a really important point, like during the interview. So when someone give you a question, like to solve a problem, let's say you want to build a React app or you want to build something specific, you should not jump directly into coding the answer. You need to make sure that you really understand the problem. Because if you waste half an hour solving the wrong problem, then you will not be hired, right? So you need to make sure when someone asks you a question, let's solve this problem, make sure you understand what this problem is and think about the user flow. So if you want to build the components, what the data source is going to be. What if the data source is not available? So you have learned like back end and front end. So you will be calling a JSON API to get a response, and then you would show it in the UI, right? So one of the questions you could ask, what if this API is not available? Should I show an error to the user, or what should I do? And also when I'm building a component, like, okay, how many users I expect to use this feature and how much data is there? because then should I be aware of the size of the data? Should I be aware of this and that? Also, what is the user flow? So if the user gave me the wrong input, what should I do? So all of these kind of thinking before you implement the solution will help you not to think a lot while you code and focus on coding, if that makes sense. Know how to promote yourself. That's another really important thing. So as we mentioned, when you have a job application, you have a lot of applicants, right? So how can you stand out as a person? So how can you make sure that you are the one that they want and you can show them that? So you should always be able to explain your kind of thoughts. You should be able to also say, there is a question people say, I haven't seen it myself that much, but like, why should we hire you? Well, because I'm looking for a job. Is that a good answer? No. So you should be able to have more kind of presentation for yourself. Is like, I'm a fast learner. I've learned this last week. I use these sources to learn. I keep myself up to date. I've worked these projects. I have done these things. And all of these things also helps you to get more scores in this interview. Because again, I don't know you. So how can you prove to me that you are good for the job and you are motivated and you're able to learn? Keep your eyes on the signals. And that's actually something I personally look for the interviews a lot. So if you're solving a problem, then you could be going for a very strange problem. And then I tell you, hey, what do you think about this way? Because I want you to take it. And then if you tell me, no, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to do it this way. Then that person, if I work with him, I will not be able to collaborate because it's just my way or the highway, which is not a good thing. So also look for the suggestions, like what the person who's interviewing you is looking for, what kind of things, and then always take it because they are trying to help you. Because the goal of the interview is to make you actually pass, not to fail you. So just take whatever help you get during the interview.
But isn't that a little bit two-sided, right? Because, for example, I've been in a situation where I was asked to do something, and I like the one that was kind of like
overseeing, yeah.
Yeah, he suggested something, and in the process of solving the problem, I realized what he suggests will actually fail.
Okay.
You know, or it will put me, it will block my way, it will bottleneck me a little bit more.
Okay.
In my solution. And actually taking my solution was the fastest way in the example.
That's a bit of a malicious way to do it. I don't know.
It's also a way of, it's a strategy of testing someone's how sure you are in your solution.
Yeah.
When you approach a problem, first you need to believe that your solution can do it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think one thing is also being able to understand what is the trade-off of different solutions and showing that you understand the solution and so on. But then again, there is also different expectations. If you are a junior or like an intern, then I also don't expect you to know a lot. So it's fine that I don't want to challenge you. I would challenge more someone with more experience. So I think this is also more into kind of expectations gets higher once you have more experience. But then, yeah, of course, you should always have an opinion and able to argue for it. But then don't be too tough at the start because you should be able to collaborate and learn from the others because you're joining an internship or a junior position to learn, not to tell people how to do things. And of course, you can always do that, but then it's more to learn. But that is my take. That's also something people talk about before, like read about the company, the culture of the company, and so on. Because when you apply for a job, you need to do your homework of preparing for this. Okay, what the company does, what features do they have? What are the things that you are excited about? I don't know if I actually have a slide about this one. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll come to it later. And that actually helps a lot because then they would show that you are prepared, you are kind of motivated, and you know where you're going to in this way, which gave you a lot of points. And then the second part, the chicken or egg problem, I think we have talked about it before, and I think someone have talked about it today as well. Like you need work to have experience, and you need experience to have work, right? So that's always the problem. So what can you do to solve that? I think the solution, at least what worked for me and what worked for the other, is to compensate for the experience by. Oh, sorry, Ola, you have a question, or you want to add something?
No, I just had I want to add something. When you say read about the company and culture, I totally agree with you. But what I also seen in my world that works well is that when you know who you will be interviewed by, reach out to those guys on LinkedIn and ask for a connection. Then you get to know the person who will interview you.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Thanks for adding that.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. So I think yes, for the work experience. So like also if you work in, I know some people, like for example, when you finish your Hack Your Future, you will do the graduation project, and then that would be it. So yeah, exactly. You go home and that's it. And then of course, one thing you will forget what you have learned already because you're not practicing. And the other thing is, what then will differentiate you from everyone else? Are you like the skills is the same, right? You have not really grown as much. So why would you be put like on the top of list or someone else, right? So what you need to do instead is to have a work experience, like if the project experience, which will then compensate for work. So working in more projects would mean that you will diversify your experience. If you work on something like another application, let's say another Facebook or another Ask.fm or any of the other websites on the internet, and then you spend time working on it alone, you will have a lot of challenges. You will have a lot of problems, right? But once you face these kind of things, you will be stronger in them and you will be more knowledgeable about them. So the next time you do an interview or you work on a project, then you already know it. You will not spend time on it anymore. You get more and more experience in this. And then when you go to an interview, instead of you not having a lot of experience and then you will lack a lot of things to talk about, you can talk about the projects that you have worked on, what was the motivation, and what challenges have you been through, and how did you solve them? So then people can also get the sign that this person is motivated, this person is working. So if I hire them in my company or my team, I know they will hit the ground running. So that is also another important thing. Yeah, and the other thing is like being motivated, which I think Helena asked, like, and keep trying. If you get rejected, it's not the end of the world. Just try again. You have nothing to lose. Just keep trying. I think eventually you will reach something. And ask for help. Because William mentioned, I think what you get out of Hack Your Future is you have the big network of people. You have a lot of great mentors around here, and you have Ula and other people in Slack as well to help. So if you don't know what's wrong, why you're being rejected, what kind of things, people can give you also some hints, some insights into, okay, is my CV look good? Is my job application looks good? Like, what is my motivation letter? What kind of company should I look for? We even have a Slack channel that's called Job Application Feedback. Was that yeah, that yes, and a lot of people will give you feedback about your CV. So then you can make sure you don't go into my situation of having 6 pages CV and everyone rejecting you. So that is, yeah. So that is one thing. And then the last thing is, I cannot read that one. Let me move the Zoom, the Slack link. Yeah, okay, be prepared. That's it. Okay. Kathy, you have a question?
No. No, I
Okay,
will raise my hand. No, thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Then we go into the last part of applying. So I think first thing, check if the job matches your skills. So for example, if you're working for a front-end position and you have all of your experience in front-end, does it make sense to go for an infrastructure or a very specified back-end position? Then it doesn't make sense. That also gives, or if you are just starting your career and applying for a senior position, does that match the expectation? So you should always try to see what are the skills that matches your career, because that would also give impression that you know what you're applying for. I have also worked before in some place where, for example, you could also see from the other side what is the person is applying for, and then we saw a person who have applied for all the open positions for the company. So he applied for front end, back end, financial, HR, and then was like, what are you doing? Because then it doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly, applying for, and then you know this person just like, he tries to get anything. So then you will probably not spend time on that.
Maybe he was a one-man army.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah.
Actually, I was going on to the next point. I just want to add
something
to this. Also, what like I tried to mention a little bit before about when you're finding your job and what you're passionate about and finding your unique kind of pitch. A lot of people here in the room, also online, you have experience from before, you've done previous things. So maybe you've studied medicine, or you have, an engineering degree in something else, or you studied computers. If you're finding then an IT company that does medical solutions or does heart rate monitors or etc. like that, like make sure that you put that in, like that's also a part of your skill set and it's still relevant, and it can often give you the edge compared to if it's just, somebody else with the generic kind of front end, breakdowns of this. So also nice to kind of put that in about, what actually happened before and where does that fit into the whole puzzle.
Yeah, because you can merge this previous experience with technology and do something. So that would also be relevant. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, thank you.
Also, from previous experiences, you get a big dose of soft skills, which is.
Yeah, you need to get closer to the microphone to let you. Yeah.
Also, it's like for the people that are interested in changing their career, I read something very interesting recently. The second time, or like the first time you change your career, so the second career you choose, you never start from scratch because you already have quite a lot of life experience. Maybe you have a lot of soft skills, you know how to communicate, or you already built this analytical type of mindset, which could be helpful for the new industry you're entering. I think specifically in tech, it's not about the hard skills. It's very often, your mindset, you're committed to learn how to solve problems. I think that's the most important. And there are a lot of different industries that can provide you with this type of experience and knowledge and skills and stuff.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yes, yeah, because you don't suffer, you don't go through the kind of what does it mean to work with a team. What does it mean working with a team or working in a company? You just learn a new domain. And then going into techniques, I think these kind of things, I summarized three things that I think they're quite useful when trying to apply for a job. So I think I saw people doing it. It's not that I necessarily did all of it myself, but I have heard it from people and I also want to echo it. So the first one is to update your CV to get close from the job application requirements as possible. So some people would not have only a one CV. They would have one CV per job application. So for example, if you know React and Angular, for example, you know both and you are good in both of them, but the company you're applying for is working on React. So you would update your CV when you apply to focus on React more, or to show more React in your CV, because then it matches more what they're looking for, even though you're good for both, but they are not interested in Angular, right? So then you would focus on React. Or they do some kind of specific field in a specific thing and you have some experience with that, so then you focus on that. And that, of course, you would see when you go for the job application, you would see like what kind of technologies and languages you're working with, and you can try to reflect that if you know it. Of course, you should not try to fake anything, because if you fake anything, it will be caught in the interview. And that will not look good. It's better to come kind of clean, because as we mentioned before, if you are lacking one or two tools or technologies, it's fine. We know you are a good collaborator, you are active learner, so you will learn them in the job. But then if you are kind of putting things that you don't really know, this means that you are kind of faking your way through. And then that also gives a bad impression about you as a person, which is not a good thing. The other thing is write a personalized message. So one thing is, I think it also have been said today by someone, I don't remember who, but then when you try to apply for a job, or sometimes if you see a company that you're interested in, and you have done your homework, you have kind of scanned their homepage, you have seen their products and their offering, you can go to the hiring manager or someone who's working there, like an HR or recruiter on LinkedIn, and then give them a personalized message. I think, yes, Ola mentioned something similar to that today. Yes. And then like, hey, I've seen what you've been working on, and I really like this feature, the thing you have, and I was wondering if you have something open, or if you can have coffee or virtual meeting or something like that. And then even if they don't have something, they will be aware of you. And I actually know a couple of people who the company didn't have a position, but they just hired them regardless, and they opened something special for them because they show that they are interested, they are energetic, they are willing to learn, and they are kind of passionate about the company. And then they went through that, which actually, yes, and that's different from just applying online. And that's also one way to kind of just go on top of the list and get more chances in applying there. And then the last one, similar to the first point here, like show projects related to the company. So if you have worked, as I mentioned, if you don't have experience, then you kind of compensate for this by working on a lot of projects. So if you're going to work for a company that is doing something, I don't know, let's say you want to apply for selling. And then you have worked on an e-commerce, like worked on the meal sharing app, which is very close. I think, of course, it's it's like kind of the domain or kind of the learning experience is very, very similar. Of course, the scale of selling is different, but then you have like a basic understanding of how all of these things fit together. So then by showing it and highlighting it as in the interview and the CV, will give you a better chance because they say, oh, this person already have an idea about our domain. So then it will be easier for them to be onboarded and to learn about that.
I have something to add.
Can you get closer?
For example, when I went to my interview selling group, it was not just like in mail sharing. In our graduation project, we used Jira for the tasks. We used the storybook for the stories, and we used React. Yeah, so for example, when I mentioned those, now in selling group, we use also Jira and Storybook to build stories. So it's also the tools that we are using in and learning in agriculture and in the projects. It's good to mention. And also I mentioned like how we were doing our like daily stand-ups or like every 2 days stand-ups and stuff like this, which are very related to real
the work experience.
Yeah, that's also important to mention.
Yeah, that's really good. Yes. And yeah, you will have a Scrum workshop in a couple of weeks, so that also will be good, or will be closer to that. I think that is the last slide I have. So if you have any questions, please. Please. Margaret has something to add.
Techniques, they apply for a position that is like there is a specific position you are applying for, right? What about unsolicited application? When there is no position, but you are interested in.
Yeah, and that's the personalized message I'm talking about in this case, because then you know that you show that you know about the company. It shows that you're interested. You know what products they have. You are intentionally applying for the job instead of just randomly applying for everything, right?
Yes.
So that shows that you have some knowledge about that. But that's a really good point. Yeah. Cool. Any more questions? It's now or never. No, just joking. I think always feel free to ask on Zoom. We're always available. Cool. I think that is it from my side. Let's give a minute to William to come back, and then we'll continue the presentation.
Thank you so much, Ahmed.
Yeah, no problem. You're welcome. Yeah.
Many thanks, Ahmed.
Can you repeat?
Yes, many thanks for everything.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Are you done? Oh, okay. So there, I was having a challenge. But fantastic. I think you can see me on that camera as well, but a little bit over time, but I think we covered a lot today. So thank you, everyone. Thanks, Ula, for joining online. Thanks for everybody else that joined online as well. Thanks, Ahmed. Thanks to all the other mentors that joined today and for sharing the information.
And thank you, William, for letting us to participate in this session. And that was one of the most interesting sessions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Was definitely interesting to hear from my side. And I hope you maybe took some notes. If you have notes, share the slides afterwards. There's also a recording here. There'll be some initiatives after, so please be aware. Definitely try be active on Slack in these coming weeks. There's going to be a lot of cool opportunities that come, maybe one-on-one career chats, everything like this. So there's going to be a lot of cool things coming up in these 3 weeks. Also for next week, I think I need to emphasize that will be important that we're going to have a session actually in person. We're also going to have visitors from PROSA actually joining us here. So it's going to be really nice. We'll be able to have some dialogue with them, one-on-one chats. And there's also going to be a lot more discussions actually happening in the session room here.
You mean next Sunday?
For next Sunday, yeah. Next one. Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, we'll share more about that. I'll also share some of the exercises that we can do, follow kind of after this. And then, yeah, that's it from my side. Just big thanks, everyone. Thanks for your attention. And
you too.
Yeah, have a good Sunday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Glad to see you all.
Bye.
Bye bye, Mercedes. Thank you.
Everybody.